Pusat Pengkajian Islam dan Masyarakat PPIM UIN Jakarta merupakan lembaga penelitian otonom di lingkungan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Lembaga ini didirikan pada 1 April 1995 untuk mengajak sejumlah sarjana dari berbagai macam disiplin ilmu dan latar belakang untuk mengadakan kegiatan penelitian, pengkajian, pelatihan, dan penyebaran informasi khususnya tentang Islam Indonesia dan Islam Asia Tenggara pada umumnya. Berlokasi di Gedung Kampus 2 UIN Jakarta, Kota Tangerang Selatan, pada tahun 2021 PPIM memiliki 6 program, di antaranya Studia Islamika, Thesaurus Manuskrip, Knowledge Sector Initiative, Convey Indonesia, Dream Sea, dan Merit Indonesia. Misi PPIM sendiri yaitu melakukan kajian-kajian strategis tentang kehidupan dan pendidikan keagamaan untuk mempengaruhi kebijakan dan perubahan masyarakat. Mengembangkan PPIM UIN Jakarta sebagai lembaga riset berbasis kampus yang unggul, mandiri, dan terpercaya. Membangun jaringan kerja dengan berbagai pihak untuk mengadvokasi hasil-hasil kajian. Memperkuat kapasitas riset diantaranya peneliti, metodologi, produk-produk pengetahuan, manajemen riset, dan pengelolaan pengetahuan. Serta mengembangkan dan menyebarluaskan kekayaan tradisi Islam di Indonesia di berbagai tingkatan untuk kehidupan dan kemanusiaan.
PPIM itu didirikan untuk menjembatani perbedaan atau kekurangan informasi yang berkaitan dengan kajian-kajian Islam di Indonesia secara khusus dan kajian-kajian Islam di Asia Tenggara. Selama ini sangat sedikit sekali kajian-kajian berkaitan dengan Islam di daerah periferal, kita sebut daerah pinggiran. Nah, PPIM memberikan banyak informasi-informasi tentang apa sesungguhnya kajian-kajian Islam yang berkembang di tanah air di Indonesia. Selama ini PPIM melakukan beberapa penelitian berkaitan dengan isu-isu sosial yang itu kaitannya dengan masyarakat Muslim di Indonesia. Jadi kita melakukan penelitian dan riset-riset strategis yang berkaitan dengan misalnya Islam dan demokrasi, Islam dan isu-isu gender, Islam dan lingkungan, dan juga isu-isu konsolidasi yang berkaitan dengan demokrasi di Indonesia. Beberapa tahun terakhir ini PPIM bekerjasama dengan beberapa lembaga internasional juga terlibat aktif dalam diseminasi toleransi di kalangan para pemuda di Indonesia.
Didukung oleh Dewan Penasehat, diantaranya Dewan Manajemen yang terdiri dari dan tenaga peneliti ahli, diantaranya sesuai dengan misinya untuk membangun jaringan kerja dengan berbagai pihak di dalam maupun di luar. PPIM mempertahankan jaringannya dengan lembaga-lembaga negara seperti Kementerian Urusan Agama, Departemen Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, Agensi Kontraterorisme, lalu berkembang bekerja sama dengan organisasi muslim seperti Nahdlatul Ulama dan Muhammadiyah. Pada level internasional, PPIM sudah menjalin kerjasama dengan UNDP, The Asian Foundation, Ford Foundation, Kedutaan Denmark, Australian DFAT, Kedutaan US, Kedutaan Belanda, Kedutaan Jepang, Japan Foundation, Sekretariat ASEAN. Belakangan ini juga PPIM menjadi tuan rumah bagi para cendekiawan internasional yang datang dari seluruh dunia seperti Australian National University, Melbourne University, Leiden University, Utrecht University, Indiana University, Boston University, McGill University, hingga British Columbia University. Program-program yang ada di PPIM hadir menjawab kebutuhan terhadap akademisi ilmu dan mempromosikan kajian keislaman pada dunia. Studia Islamika merupakan program utama yang ada di PPIM. Program ini pertama kali terbit pada tahun 1994, di mana ia memiliki konsen dalam menyebarkan penelitian dan temuan-temuan mutakhir tentang kajian keislaman. Di samping itu, Studia Islamika sudah menjadi internationally recognized jurnal di Indonesia. Bukan hanya diakui sebagai jurnal internasional, Studia Islamika sudah terindeks di 38 sistem indeks dan merupakan satu dari 6 jurnal di Indonesia yang masuk dalam indeks Scopus sejak 30 Mei 2015. Tidak hanya berkonsentrasi dalam isu-isu kemanusiaan dan pendidikan tentang Islam di Indonesia maupun Asia Tenggara, PPIM juga memberikan perhatian khusus terhadap isu terorisme, gender, hingga pandemi yang sudah melanda sejak tahun 2020. Hal ini dikarenakan PPIM sendiri selalu berkembang mengikuti isu-isu yang sedang hangat terjadi, namun tidak lepas kaitannya dengan pendidikan agama. Kesungguhan PPIM dalam melakukan penelitian terbukti pada tahun 2016. Peneliti PPIM berhasil mendunia dengan 3 karya bukunya berhasil mendapat perhatian dunia internasional. Pertama, hasil penelitian gerakan dan jaringan tarekat Syariah di Asia Tenggara yang diterbitkan oleh ILCAA, Tokyo University, Jepang. Kedua, naskah buku tentang agama dan regulasi di Indonesia yang diterbitkan oleh Palgrave Macmillan. Dan yang ketiga, penelitian disertasi tentang pesantren-pesantren Salafi di Indonesia yang menarik perhatian Margaret Scott, seorang jurnalis Amerika Serikat.
PPIM adalah sebuah lembaga independen yang didirikan di UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta untuk melakukan penelitian dan juga mempublikasikan dalam bentuk jurnal maupun buku-buku keislaman yang dalam bahasa Inggris maupun dalam bahasa Arab, sehingga nanti bisa dijadikan rujukan bagi orang-orang asing jika mereka ingin pelajari tentang Islam di Indonesia. Selama ini kita tahu bahwa Islam Indonesia adalah penduduk mayoritas di dunia. Jumlah Islam di Indonesia itu jika dibandingkan dengan semua Islam di Timur Tengah, kita masih lebih banyak. Tapi sayangnya bahwa belum banyak orang yang tahu tentang Islam di Indonesia. Kajian-kajian keislaman di dunia barat seperti di Eropa, di Amerika, di Australia masih sedikit sekali yang merujuk tentang Islam di Indonesia. Mereka masih merujuk tentang Islam yang ada di Timur Tengah maupun di Asia Selatan seperti Pakistan. Saya kira saatnya Indonesia menunjukkan diri bahwa mereka adalah mempunyai kajian-kajian keislaman yang baik. Sehingga saya kira PPIM mempunyai suatu posisi yang penting bagaimana terus melakukan kajian-kajian keislaman melalui penelitian-penelitian yang berkualitas tentang Islam di Indonesia dan dipublikasikan dalam jurnal internasional yang berbahasa Inggris maupun bahasa Arab agar bisa menjadi rujukan tentang Islam Indonesia.
Kegiatan yang sedang dan pernah dijalankan oleh PPIM. Thesaurus Manuskrip, yang menjadi database yang menghimpun data-data hasil penelitian terhadap manuskrip keislaman di Indonesia. Knowledge Sector Initiative, 2013 hingga sekarang, merupakan kemitraan dengan Australia. Program ini bertujuan untuk mendukung dan mengadvokasi lembaga penelitian untuk menyebarluaskan temuan penelitiannya kepada pemerintah. Convey Indonesia, sebagai proyek yang dirancang untuk mengidentifikasi dan mengatasi faktor-faktor mendasar yang mendorong pertumbuhan ekstremisme kekerasan dalam pendidikan agama. Proyek yang dilakukan sejak tahun 2016 hingga sekarang ini mendapat pengawasan ketat dari UNDP. PPIM dan Pusat Penelitian Kebudayaan Manuskrip CSMC University of Hamburg berkolaborasi dengan mengimplementasikan Digital Repository of Endangered and Affected Manuscripts in Southeast Asia atau DRIMSI, sebuah program yang berupaya melestarikan manuskrip yang ada di seluruh wilayah Asia Tenggara. Program ini berlangsung selama 5 tahun, sejak 2017 hingga 2022. Lalu ada Merit Indonesia, yang berfokus pada isu-isu terkait keberagaman baik di media lama maupun media baru. Pada program inilah, PPIM menjalin kerjasama dengan Kedutaan Besar Kerajaan Belanda di Jakarta. Saat ini, PPIM UIN Jakarta sudah menghasilkan beberapa karya buku dan hasil penelitian, di antaranya Gen Z, Kegaulan Identitas Agama, Politik Global dan Hak-Hak Perempuan, Potret Guru Agama, Intoleransi Pendidikan Agama Islam, Agama Publik dan Private, Suara Salafisme, Memahami Terorisme, Masyarakat Cina, Menteri-Menteri Agama RI, Radikalisme Agama, dan beberapa lainnya.
Ya, harapan kami semoga ke depan PPIM semakin menjadi jendela informasi dan pengetahuan bagi studi-studi yang berkaitan dengan Islam di Indonesia secara khusus dan Islam di Asia Tenggara secara umum. Karena itu kita berharap sekali bahwa nantinya PPIM dengan kerja-kerja keras yang kita lakukan, dengan penelitian-penelitian yang kita lakukan menjadi sebuah lembaga yang kredibel secara akademik dengan reputasi yang sangat baik. Saya pikir itu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you to the third Studia Islamika International Conference 2021 with the theme Wasathiyah Islam, Tradition and Challenges. The conference aims to increase academic interest to Southeast Asian Islamic as an academic field. It also encourages scholars to continue their academic pursuit to enrich our understanding of development of Southeast Asia Islam. In particular, the conference intends to maintain the continuity of the publication of Studia Islamika as the most prominent academic reference in the field of Islamic studies in Southeast Asia. I would like to give some information regarding the rules of the conference. Let us take a moment for review technical details. First, the participant who joined the seminar from Zoom, please kindly rename your ID to include your name and institution. Second, to reduce noise and prevent any sounds problem, please mute your audio unless the committee asks you to turn it on. But don't forget to turn your video. The next one, you may want to drop your question regarding the topic via Zoom chat or YouTube live chat section. For a question and answer session later, or for participant in Zoom, you may also click raise hand to ask the question directly on the Q&A session. Last but not least, we would like to remind all of the participants that you have to fill the attendance from in the link that we will send through the chat box, so you can get a certificate for today's seminar. Please make sure to write your name and email correctly. We are still waiting for the also would like to welcome Professor Dr. Imtiaz Yusuf from International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Robert W. Hefner from Boston University, USA. Professor Amelia Fauzia, PhD, visiting fellow at the School of Humanities and School Science, UNSW, Canberra, Australia. Mr. Lukman Hakim Saifuddin, Minister of Religious Affairs, 2014-2019. Dr. Greg Sutomo, Loyola School of Theology, Philippines. Professor Dr. Siti Rohaini Suhayatin, State Islamic University of Jakarta. Professor Alimun Hanif, PhD, State of Islamic University, Jakarta. Professor Nurhaidi Hasan, PhD, Indonesia International Islamic University. Professor Eka Sri Mulyani, PhD, from State Islamic University of Banda Aceh, and also the academician, researcher, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is great and honor for us to welcome all of you in this beautiful day. On behalf of the Center for the Study of Islamic and Society, or PPIM UIN Jakarta, we would like to express our gratitude to all of the participants who have joined to the third Studia Islamika International Conference 2021, Wasathiyah Islam, Tradition and Challenges. My name is Sururatullah Aridoin Uthman, and I will be the master of ceremony of this agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference aims to increase academic interest to Southeast Asia Islam as an academic field. It is also encourages scholars to continue their academic pursuit to enrich our understanding of the development of Southeast Asia Islam. In particular, the conference intends to maintain the continuity of the publication of Studia Islamika as the most prominent academic reference in the field of Islamic studies in Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed to the next agenda, again, I would like to give an information regarding the technical details. First, the participant who joined the seminar from Zoom, please kindly rename your ID to include your name and institution. Second, to reduce noise and prevent any sound problem, please mute your audio unless the committee asks you to turn it on. But don't forget to turn on your video. Third, you may want to drop your question regarding the topic via Zoom chat or YouTube live chat section for Q&A session later, or for participant in Zoom, you may also click raise hand to ask the question directly. Last but not least, we would like to remind all participants that you have to fill the attendance form in the link that will be sent through the chat box, so you can get a certificate for today's seminar. And please make sure to write your name and email correctly. This event is recorded and broadcasted through PPIM YouTube channel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next agenda. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Oman Fatur Rahman to give the welcoming speech.
Yeah, thank you, Surura. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, I think, for those who are in Europe and America. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Director General of Islamic Education, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Professor Ali Ramdhani, the Honorable Editor-in-Chief of our journal, Studia Islamika, Professor Azumardi Azra, CBE, the distinguished speakers, both Indonesian scholars and foreign Indonesians, and all guests and participants. First of all, I would like to thank you to each and to every one of you for being here with us today in the third Studia Islamika International Conference, which now we have virtually due to the our situation, our long pandemic, not only in Indonesia, not only in Southeast Asia, but around the globe. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that some of you have been with us, I think, with Studia Islamika for a long time, both as board members, as our international advisory members, our reviewers, our editors, our writers and readers, and as well as also I welcome you, those of you who are probably new to know and to recognize this, our beloved journal Studia Islamika, published by PPIM UN Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is part of our goals to strengthen the study of Indonesian and Southeast Asian Islam. As you might familiar that Studia Islamika, which is established in 1994 by the Center for the Study of Islam and Society, PPIM, one of the institution in the Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University. This studia is dedicated to provide readers with a better understanding of Indonesia and Southeast Asia's Muslim history, and also Muslim recent developments, Islamic development. We would like to provide readers through publication of articles and also book reviews, and also the document information about the academic activities in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. This conference is the third, as we mentioned, while the first one is in 2014, and followed by the second one, I think the second conference of Studia Islamika International Conference was in 2017. I do believe some of the current speakers also attended, I think, our previous conferences. Some of our colleges, our scholars, Indonesians, both from Indonesia and foreign universities. In this current conference, in this third Studia Islamika International Conference, we will focus to discuss the Wasathiyah Islam from various perspectives, and Wasathiyah Islam based on academic research. All presentation, all speakers will be divided into 4 sessions, 2 sessions today, and the others will be tomorrow in the afternoon, Jakarta time, of course. We are very grateful to the distinguished invited speakers who have accepted our invitation. Thank you so much. And we are very happy for the dedicated speakers. They dedicated themselves to make this conference successful. Thank you so much. We have 16 speakers, both from Indonesia, from UK, Malaysia, United States of America, from Australia, and also from Philippines. That's why, in order to have the most suitable and convenient time for all speakers in different time, in different places, we arrange the time of this conference as moderate as possible. We have here Professor Riddle, as mentioned by the host, Professor Imtiaz Yusuf, Pak Bob Hefner from Boston University, Dr. Greg Sutomo, Romo Greg, thank you so much also. And also Pak Lukman Hakim Saifuddin, the Minister of Religious Affairs for his era in 2014 until 2017. Profesor Rini, Mbak Eni, Siti Ruhaini from UIN Jakarta, Prof. Ali Munhanif, Prof. Nur Haydi Hasan, Prof. Eka Sri Mulyani from Aceh, Prof. Amelia Kozia from Jakarta, and also Professor Nina Nurmila, and also Professor Najib Burhani from LIPI, or now BRIN, not LIPI. Thank you so much. And we thank also to our hosts, our moderators, Dr. Fuad Jabali, our senior researcher in PPIM, Pak Saiful, PhD, and also our young college, young fresh PhD, Jejen Zainal Mutakin SCD. Thank you so much. We really appreciate all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, today and in the following day, we will hear various insight from the speakers on what is Wasathiyah Islam and what's the roots of what is Wasathiyah Islam tradition in Indonesia and in Southeast Asia. Why the Wasathiyah Islam is so important in maintaining the global plural society today, and maybe how the values of Wasathiyah Islam meet local culture in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. In particular, we can discuss also why, for example, why the Indonesian government since 3 years ago launched what we call now as moderasi beragama, for example. This Pak Lukman Hakim Saifuddin, I do believe, will deliver his presentation about this. It is important also to deal with issues, how to establish or how to re-establish the Indonesian and Southeast Asian Islamic Wasathiyah tradition in order to give the contribution to our expected peaceful world. Yeah, and of course, the last but not the least, we will also discuss what the challenges of establishing Wasathiyah Islam in Indonesia in particular, and in Southeast Asia, or even in the world in general. So before we get started the conference, on behalf of the committee, let me thank the Director of General of Islamic Education, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Professor Ali Ramdhani. Unfortunately, he couldn't with us this afternoon because of his duties. The MORA fully supported this conference. We are also indebted to Professor Azumardi, of course, as the editor-in-chief of our journal, who have provided very valuable suggestion in the preparation of this event, and also to Prof. Jamhari, who always helps Studia Islamika or help us to find and get the international support and scholarship engagement, and also, of course, to Professor Ismaturopi as the Executive Director of PPIM. Finally, let me express my sincere appreciation to all the team who help us make this conference come together to become a success, including the team of the journal and also the team of PPIM. Thank you so much. Mas Nida, Grace, Andy, Dita, Arif, Alan, Narsi, Ida, Zela, Rangga, Fikri, Herda, and maybe others. I'm sorry not to mention all. We couldn't have done this conference without all of you. Thank you also for all participants who join with us today and tomorrow. We are waiting, of course, your submission, your article, your manuscript to our journal, Studia Islamika. Thank you so much, and good luck, and have a productive discussion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Oman Fatur Rahman, that already gave the welcoming speech and also greetings to all of the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the next agenda, that will be the singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Recording in progress.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, due to the technical detail, we would like to proceed to the next agenda. That will be the opening remarks from the Professor Dr. Azumardi Azra, CBE. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording in progress.
Distinguished guests, particularly my long-time colleague, Professor Riddle. We have not seen each other for many years, I think, even though, of course, we follow your works from time to time. And also other speakers, Mbak Nina Nurmila, and then our research professor Najib Burhani, and other people here, important people like Jamari, Professor Jamari, Dr. Zaiful Umam, Professor Ismaturofi, and Fuad Jabali, and others. I'm going to give some a brief introduction on what we mean by Wasathiyah Islam and tradition and of course challenges. Yeah. And of course the tradition of I think those who studied early Islam, early Islamic thought in Southeast Asia, like Professor Riddle in particular, of course knows the how Islam became embedded in Indonesian culture through accommodation and acculturation. And of course, Indonesian Islam at the time, or we can also call it as archipelago Islam or something like that, or Islam Kepulauan Nusantara Islam or something like that. Very accommodative to local culture, and in fact, Islam was getting embedded from time to time through vernacularization of Islamic doctrine, Islamic teaching, and of course in the early Indonesian Nusantara, Kepulauan Nusantara Islam was a bit syncretic, mixed with local culture, local belief, of course. But in the course of time, there has been a movement, reform movement, or purification movement, leading to the closer orthodoxy, to a closer orthodoxy. And of course, the seat of Wasathiyah Islam, if we talk about the doctrinal base of Wasathiyah Islam, can be found in the verse 143 of Al-Baqarah, or Surah Al-Baqarah. Wa kadzalika ja'alnakum ummatan wasatan litakunu syuhada 'alan nas. So Allah said that we created you Muslim as the middle path ummah, as a middle way ummah, or ummah with the justly balanced attitude. That's basically what we mean by Wasathiyah Islam. Wasathiyah Islam is middle path Islam, or justly balanced Islam, or that produce what I call as smiling Islam, or relaxed Islam, friendly Islam, or something like that. You just name it, yeah. That is, of course, Kepulauan Nusantara Islam is distinctive vis-a-vis, let's say, Southeast Asian Islam, Pakistani, Bangladesh, Indian, or Arab Islam. In Indonesia, of course, basically, Islam is a peaceful. There is a lot of, I think, generally speaking, Islam reflects itself in a very peaceful nature, peaceful realization, materialization from time to time, through times. So Wasathiyah Islam in Indonesia consists of several important characters, The first one, of course, tawasud. Tawasud means in the middle. And then tawazun means balance. And then i'tidal, of course, fair and just. And then tasamuh means tolerance. So it is still unimaginable for many that Indonesia, with the absolute majority of Muslim, can be based on Pancasila rather than Islam. Rather than Islam, or rather than Islam as the official religion of the state. But Indonesia is based on Pancasila, the 5 pillars. I would say that the formation or the let's say consolidation of Wasathiyah Islam actually took place in the 17th century onward. Let's say 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, when Jawi students return from their study, their seeking of knowledge in the Haramain, in Mecca and Medina. Many of them spend more than 2 decades in Arabia, and of course, like Abdul Sinkel spent more than 20 years. That's also the case with Muhammad Yusuf al-Makassari. And in fact, some of them had never returned to Indonesia, like Abu Samad al-Palimbani or Nawawi al-Bantani or many others, but they still communicated with their Indonesian fellows, sending their works to Indonesia, like Nawawi al-Bantani, who has been dubbed as the founder of pesantren tradition in Indonesia, in our country. So there are 3 aspects of Wasathiyah Islam in Indonesia. The 3 aspects represent what I call as the Islamic orthodoxy in this area. The first one is the Ash'arite theology, combined with Maturidiyah and Jabariyah theology. And of course, Ash'ariyah theology is in the middle between literal radical theology of Khariji. Khawarij, of course, now we have many radical groups, including also Indonesia, Jama'ah Ansarud Daulah, who base itself from neo-Khariji teachings, actually. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, you have Mu'tazilah theology, which is rational and liberal theology that had been condemned by some ulama as not part of the Sunni tradition. And then in terms of Islamic jurisprudence, fiqh, in the Kepulauan Nusantara, we follow Syafi'i school of Islamic jurisprudence, which is in the middle between Zahiri and Hanbali, literal fiqh on the one hand, and Hanafi fiqh, which is more rational on the other. And the last aspect is tasawuf or Sufism. And of course, most Indonesian follow the Ghazalian, Junaid al-Baghdadi Sufism, which is in the middle between antinomian theology, antinomian Sufism, excessive Sufism on the one hand, and philosophical Sufism, which is very speculative and theoretical on the other. So these are the 3 aspects of Wasathiyah Islam in Indonesia up until now, of course. But in short, in conclusion, I think, because time is limited, we have to begin the presentation of our speakers. The challenges is of course the increased tendency among Indonesian Muslim to adopt radical ideas, radical praxis. In fact, radicalism increased from time to time, even though I think in the last 3 years there has been some decline, because of the a more resolute attitude and policies of Jokowi government, banning radical groups like Hizbut Tahrir Indonesia and also Islamic Defense Fronts have been disbanded actually by Indonesian government, but still, the special detachment, police special detachment 88 has arrested from time to time some leaders, some members of these radical groups. This is for the second one. We also observe the increased tendency, increased neoconservatism, particularly among youth. They have a strong orientation to early Islam, the time of Sahaba, which is which they consider as the real, the most ideal, the most perfect kind of Islam. So these are some challenges, I think. So therefore, we should not take Wasathiyah Islam into we should not take Wasathiyah Islam for granted. We need to strengthen it. We need to empower Wasathiyah Islam, because I believe that the good future of Islam is actually in Wasathiyah Islam. The future of Islam, not in radical Islam, not in angry Islam. You can find angry Islam everywhere in many places, not only in Muslim countries, majority Muslim countries, but also you can find angry Islam on SOAS campus, for instance. Yeah, Pak Riddle, I find some elements of Hizbut Tahrir on SOAS campus. They were fighting with Jewish association students some years ago. So this is the problem. This is what we have to face today and the future. Let me stop at this point. I would very grateful for your participation in this conference, particularly for our speakers. Thank you very much again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Where is the master ceremony? I suggest the moderator, Mr. Dr. Fuad Jabali, take it over.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Pak Zulmardi, for such a kind of nice and well-stated introductions to our seminars. And that makes me easier to initiate the discussion, the discussions the followed by session, the question and answer later on. I feel I'm already a kind of moderate Islam, but still my friend asked me to become moderator. I'm already moderate, but still asked to be moderator. So I think they suspected me. But anyway, I accept this challenge, and it is not easy to moderate distinguished speakers, as you know, but I will do my best. Pak Zumardi already highlights the importance of again discuss the more kind of moderate Islam that has been rooted, actually deeply rooted in Indonesia right now, but the rise of radicalism, intolerance, and neoconservatism and so on has been posed questions about moderate Islam, about Tawasut Islam, and even challenged the question, the term moderate that we have been used. Moderate Islam sometimes has been associated with kind of domesticated Islam. Islam has been domesticated Islam, or a kind of pro-West or pro-US kind of Islam. So being moderate meaning being close to US interests and so on, and has been instrumental to maintain the interest of US in Indonesia, for example. That has been the discussions or the accusation actually. So because of that challenge, because of that discussions, the current discussion, current debates, current thought that we can easily find in the mass media, then it is important to us to go back again to the term of Tawassut Islam. Already Pak Zumadi mentions the deep root of moderate Islam within Indonesian Muslim community, but we still have to ask and ask again, not to take it for granted. That is the kind of attitude that we are adopting right now. So we have here three distinguished speakers to help us to cope with the challenge. And in the end of the day, we might be able to come up with a good statement whether we should reroute the root of moderate Islam, reroute the root of moderate Islam, or unroot the root of moderate Islam, or whatever the solution is, would be very interesting, and also, of course, will be challenging and not easy to deal with, I'm sure. Now, the first speaker is Professor Riddle. I don't have to introduce him to you. It's like introducing you is like introducing the country to the audience. It's useless, the introduction. So, but currently, Professor Riddle is with SOAS, School of Oriental African Studies, which is my school, Pak Riddle. I was there in 1989, I think. But we have this, of course, Pak Riddle had been involved in many things on Indonesian Islam, editing journals, books on Indonesian Islam, on published by international publishers, famous international publishers, important international publishers, Brill, Cambridge, Oxford, and so on. I don't have to mention all of them. Just go to the Google. And the second one will have Ibu Nina. Ibu Nina currently is the Dean of Education in IIIU, III1U. So in Indonesian International Islamic University. So it's IIIU with 3I and 1U. That is important to highlight it. Now, she has been interested in mainly in gender and Islamic communities, Islamic doctrine, and so on. Has been working a lot on it and published on it. So once again, I don't have to mention by one. And the last one will have Ahmad Najib Burhani. Burhani, not Falsafi, Burhani. Ahmad Najib Burhani. He is a Muhammadiyah activist, Burhani activist, not Falsafi activist or Tariqah activist. I don't know the names, but Ahmad Najib Burhani he's currently the head of ex officio or whatever, the head of newly born but very famous institutions, BRIN. I don't remember this. Wait, I have it here. National Research and Innovative Agency. So now he is an agent to be innovative, to do innovative research. Okay, so once again, thank you to all of you, and I will ask each of you to highlight some of the important points that we have to think in these 2 hours, in maybe 1 hour and a half. We will start with Pak Riddle, followed by Ibu Nina, and then by Pak Najib. Each of you have 15 to 20 minutes to present. Okay, we start with Pak Riddle. Silakan Pak Riddle.
Well, thank you very much for that warm invitation. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, we do.
Excellent, and I will share my PowerPoint presentation with you, and just double checking that you can see the PowerPoint. Is that coming through clearly? Yes, I assume so. Okay, look, thank you very much. I want to express my deep appreciation to PPIM, to Prof. Azra, Prof. Ropi, Prof. Fatur Rahman, Prof. Jamhari, and others. I mean, you have a brilliant team at PPIM, and I've watched your work for quite a number of years now, and I really think that you are absolutely cutting edge in terms of what you're doing through the whole range of your activities, including Studia Islamika, of course. So I'm honoured to be part of this, and I will just offer my thoughts for what they're worth on the topic which I've been asked to speak on, that is the roots of Islamic Wasathiyah tradition in Southeast Asia. And I'm going to give it a particular focus. So I'll just build up to that, I guess, as I look at my PowerPoint presentation. Prof. Azra gave a masterful presentation just a few moments ago, actually, off the top of his head without notes. And I was there are many points of connection that I will draw as I go through my materials. He mentioned the particular chapter and verse that's relevant, of course, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا. And this concept of ummatan wasatan, he mentioned that the concept of waw, sin, and ta is middle. And so what strikes me is if we're considering the middle, then the middle only acquires meaning when we talk about what isn't in the middle. In other words, it's kind of like you only understand big when you see small. You only understand middle when you see margins or extremes. And of course, when we think of extremist groups, Prof. Azra mentioned several of them. There was the Khawarij back in ancient times, who were responsible for the assassination of the Khalifa Ali. But of course, in more recent times, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and in Indonesia, the problems you've been having with Hizb ut-Tahrir, and in Britain and Australia as well. So that's the edges. And I won't talk about the edges because you have a panel tomorrow that is going to be dealing with the margins, the edges, that edge of the faith. But it does help us a little bit to orientate ourselves in the middle, to know what the middle is. My focus is going to be on hearing the voice of the other, namely, what does Wasathiyah Islam mean in terms of thinking about outsiders? I think this is one way that there is a very strong distinction between Wasathiyah Islam and the extreme. That is the treatment of outsiders, those with whom one is different, one differs, one has other opinions. And remember, here outsiders can mean non-Muslims, but it can also mean other Muslims from different streams of Islam. So this is what I want to focus on. I want to think about what Wasathiyah Islam means in terms of viewing and treating those outside one's own particular group. And one of the worst examples of the extremes, of course, you have in the photo there are those poor women from the Yazidi group whose men were massacred and they were turned into slaves. That's the extreme. What does Wasathiyah Islam mean in terms of viewing and treating the outsider? Well, I propose that, I propose that Wasathiyah Islam is willing to listen to outsider voices, that it respects difference, that Wasathiyah Islam makes space for different kinds of Muslims and non-Muslims, and it shows interest in others, even if disagreeing with them. I propose that Wasathiyah Islam does not restrict the concept of brotherhood and sisterhood to Muslims of the same group only, but in the 21st century, Wasathiyah Islam acknowledges the brotherhood and the sisterhood of all of humankind. And I also propose that Wasathiyah Islam has very deep roots in Islamic history and tradition. And Professor Azra made some very helpful comments there when he talked about the importance of the Ash'ari school of the Mu'tazila, those deep, long ago traditions that were founded. And of course, Wasathiyah Islam has had many struggles throughout the history, the 1400-year history of Islam, but it has asserted itself and it has deep roots which we can identify. Now, I am going to look back in the very early years of Islam in my talk, partly, although most of my writing, as some of you know, has been on Southeast Asia. I want to look to the Arab world, because that's what the extremes do. The extremes look to the Arab world, and I would argue that extremist Islam is something that's imported. It's not natural to Southeast Asia. It's an imported thing. So I want to look, and I want to argue that in fact, over in the Middle East, in the Arab world, there is a strong tradition of Wasathiyah Islam as well. So let's look at a few manifestations of that. I'm going to look at a set of examples of Wasathiyah Islam from the Arab world to Southeast Asia. Going right back in time, very early in Islamic history. Of course, as we know from our study of history of Islam and the expansion of Islam, Islam expanded very rapidly from the time of, the latter part of the life of the Prophet until the end of the Umayyad dynasty. And there was a massively rapid expansion. And of course, that meant that there were vast numbers of non-Muslims, Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians, different groups, but also other Muslim groups living under the rulers. And what is very interesting when we look at this early period is to say, well, what are the signs of Wasathiyah Islam in that early period of Islamic history? And I would want to argue that one of the important early signs was the role played by the Khalifas, by the caliphs, in facilitating and creating opportunities for the conversations and discussions between Muslims and non-Muslims. I'm going to give you some examples of that. Here's an example taken from the very early period, only a short number of years after the death of the Prophet. This was a dialogue that took place in the 640s. So that's within a decade of the death of the Prophet, a dialogue that took place between a Muslim emir and a Syrian Orthodox Christian patriarch. And you can see on the right-hand side of the screen in the yellow, the kinds of dialogue that took place. They were direct questions. The Christian and the Muslim asked each other direct questions, but it was done under the auspices of the official Islamic rulers. In other words, they were making space for conversations. That's Wasathiyah Islam, being willing to give a platform and to give the other a voice. And there are other examples of this. This is a fascinating one. The Khalifa Muawiyah, the very first of the Umayyad Khalifas. Here's a report that at the time of his investiture in 660 AD, Arabs assembled in Jerusalem, and Muawiyah, in becoming the caliph, he ascended and he sat at Golgotha. He prayed there. He went to Gethsemane. These are sites that are important for Christians. He descended to the tomb of Blessed Mary, and of course, Jesus and Mary are shared by Christians and Muslims. So again, the caliph led by example. He was showing respect to the other. And that is Wasathiyah Islam. Another example, as we move down the centuries, is a dialogue that was promoted by the Khalifa al-Mahdi in the late 8th century, in the 780s, I think it was early 780s. And he promoted a dialogue between himself and the Nestorian, that's a Christian group, Nestorian Patriarch Timothy. So again, the Khalifa is saying, come together, Christians and Muslims, and let's talk together openly, respectfully, and we ask direct questions, but we do so in a spirit of openness, giving voice to the other. That is a key part of Wasathiyah Islam. And of course, when they met, the Khalifa, the Christian, other Muslims involved, of course, they all wanted to present their faith. So there were kind of missionary motives, but it was done so in a spirit of openness. That's part of Wasathiyah Islam. And so we're seeing that there is a tradition there. another famous caliph, Al-Ma'mun, who was Khalifa in the early 9th century, 813 to 833. He also hosted a debate between a famous Christian bishop, Theodore Abu Qurra was his name, and Muslim theologians in the court. So again, the caliph made his court available for open discussion, respectful discussion, giving a voice to the other. And why did he do so? Well, the historical records explain that the Khalifa said himself, and I'm looking at my last bullet point here, the caliph is identified as a man who valued freedom of speech. And he said, "This is a court of justice and equity. None shall be wronged therein. So advance your arguments, present your arguments, and answer without fear, for there is none here who will not speak well." So again, you see, this willingness to give a voice to the other is a key ingredient and a key characteristic of Wasathiyah Islam. Let's move to the period of the Crusades. And of course, the Crusades is a very difficult period in Christian Muslim history. And often the records that survive are only records of conflict. But in fact, if you look closely through the records, you do find stories of the human stories of ordinary Christians and ordinary Muslims meeting and greeting and forming friendships. And here's an example that was recorded by Usama ibn Munqidh. He lived exactly in the period of the First to the Third Crusade. And he wrote his memoirs. It was called Kitab al-I'tibar, a book of contemplation. These are his memoirs of his life. He wrote the book in his 80s. And he talked about forming friendships. So this gives us an insight, a picture into the friendships that formed. And he wrote, and we'll read a little bit of it on the right, "In the army of King Fulk," that's one of the Christian kings, "was a Crusader knight who had just arrived from the land in order to make the holy pilgrimage, Christian pilgrimage, and then return home. He was of my intimate fellowship and kept such constant company with me that he began to call me my brother." This is Wasathiyah Islam, where the friendships cross religious lines. That's a key part of it. Now let me come to Southeast Asia, which is, of course, the area that I have studied in depth, the area that I love most of all in my own studies. And so this brings us to an interaction that took place in the famous Sultanate of Aceh at the beginning of the 17th century. It was the arrival of the first British fleet, the English fleet, from the East India Company in 1602. It arrived in Aceh in June of 1602, and it stayed on and off until November 1602. So that was a 5-month stay. And the leader of the English fleet, Sir James Lancaster, met the Sultan many times, Alauddin Riayat Shah. They met many times, and together the English and the Achenese formed an agreement, a formal agreement. And of course, their primary interest was trade. So they agreed to exchange goods and trade and so forth. But when we look at the clauses, the articles of the agreement, what do we find on the final bullet point? They agreed to allow freedom of conscience within the realm of Aceh. In other words, freedom of religion. So back in 1602, we already have a kind of practice, Panchasila, built into that agreement. That is part of Wasathiyah Islam. I could not give this talk without referring to my erstwhile travel companion in life. I have spent a lot of time going through life, studying the works of Abdurrauf of Sinkil, and Professor Ashra mentioned him earlier. And again, he's a very good example, I think, of Wasathiyah Islam, because most of us will know the outline of his story at least. He was born about 1615. He went to Arabia in 1642. He spent 19 years in Arabia. And the first thing to notice is that in his years in Arabia, he didn't just study with one man, one book, one ilm, one field of studies. he studied all of the Islamic sciences, all of the ulumuddin of Islam. He studied both those which were the Zahir sciences and those which were the Batin sciences as well. So he got a very broad set of formation in his study of Islam from a very broad group of people, and that produced breadth in his own thinking. So when he returned to Aceh in 1661, he was a man who he was a very well-formed person. He was able to consider differences, not be narrow-minded and intolerant. He functioned as the supreme religious authority to the female sultanas of Aceh. He wrote on the Zahir and the Batin sciences. And of course, he was returning to a society which was fractured, which was still suffering from the effects of Nuruddin Araniri's polemics against his opponents. And in this discussion, we're not talking about Muslims against non-Muslims. We're talking about debates and polemics between different Muslims. And of course, we know that Nuruddin Araniri, he was quite firm, stern. He was very intolerant of his monistic predecessors. There was book burning, there were executions, we know that. So what did Abdul Rauf do? He returned to Aceh, having gained a very broad knowledge of Islam from many different teachers. And he then proceeded to spend the next 30 years of his life advising, teaching, writing, but writing in a way which was nuanced. So he had to give clarity, he had to give leadership, but at the same time, he didn't give leadership in a way which condemned others to prison or execution. He was a man who had a broad spirit. And in one of his writings, which was translated by my PhD supervisor, Professor Johns, Abdul Rauf writes as follows on the right-hand side. He writes, if a man is a kafir, why waste words on it? And if he's not, the saying will come back upon ourselves. For the Prophet said, let no man accuse another of leading a sinful life or of infidelity, for the accusation will turn back upon himself if it's false. Such is the danger of accusing another of infidelity. We take refuge with God from such. So Abdul Rauf did not hesitate to give guidance and to give teaching, but he did so in a way which was ironic, which was open, which was giving helpful leadership, not calling people names such as kafir and sending them to prison or to execution. Abdul Rauf, for me, he represents one of the most important moments in the history of Wasathiyah Islam in Southeast Asia. And Professor Azra referred to him earlier, but Professor Azra also pointed out that there were others as well. Abdul Rauf is a key moment. Let me jump ahead a little bit further. Let's consider the next person, the next example, Sayyid Uthman. Sayyid Uthman was a very interesting person. You have his dates there. He lived in the 19th century, died in the early 20th century. A very important, significant figure. An important study was done of Sayyid Uthman by Nico Kaptein. He was officially appointed by the Dutch as honorary advisor for Arab affairs in 1891, and that's very controversial, of course. But what it showed, at least, was that he was a man who was willing to explore cooperation with others, not immediately go into fighting. He was a man of great training. He was highly educated, of course. One of his many works was At-Tufaha al-Wardiyya, the Pink Apple. And in this work, one of the things he'd said was that he prohibited stealing from non-Muslims. Now that's interesting. So he didn't encourage his Muslim readers to say, don't steal from a Muslim, but it's okay to steal from a non-Muslim. He said, it's the same thing. You don't steal from Chinese, you don't steal from non-Muslims. So you see, here's a man who had a spirit of cooperation. And again, it's the spirit of cooperation, of looking for ways to work together and cooperate and partner with others. That is one of the characteristics of Wasathiyah Islam. I'm approaching the end. I just want to give you one more example before we get to the last and greatest, I think. Munshi Abdullah, a Malay, lived in Singapore, a remarkable man. You have his dates there, mostly 19th century. He worked with the British, he cooperated, he admired much about the British, and he actually worked with Christian missionaries. Now, he wasn't a Christian, he was a Muslim, he was a very committed Muslim, but again, he found ways to work together, to cooperate, to build friendships, and he had genuine friendships. That's a hallmark of Wasathiyah Islam. But for me, the greatest example of Wasathiyah Islam in Southeast Asia was mentioned earlier by Professor Azra, and that has got to be the concept of the Pancasila. And here, Indonesia has made a remarkable contribution, because we need to remember that the Pancasila was formulated and finalized in 1945. The first principle of the Pancasila, as you all know, is a statement of religious tolerance. They decided not to impose an Islamic state, but it was a multi-faith state that was created. And in 1945, that was groundbreaking. That was really cutting edge. Indonesia was way ahead of most Western countries in terms of making space for the other in terms of religious faith. That is a key element of Wasathiyah Islam. And for me, the Pancasila is one of the greatest expressions of Wasathiyah Islam in the modern day. And on that, I will finish. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Rido. It's very enlightening lecture. I like your circle, the picture of your circle. So I'm putting, instead of putting Wasathiyah in the middle between right and left. So then the contestation is not between left and right, but between left, right, up, down, east, up. I mean, it's everywhere. The contestation is everywhere, and being in the middle is not easy at all, because you have to reconnect it with the moving circle lines, and we end up with circle with moving center, with moving Wasathiyah. I like that. And then the solution is not dialogue. It's not dialogue. It's kind of polylogue. So we discuss with many people around the circle and so on. That is, to me, is very challenging and very interesting. And the association between Wasathiyah and against the Khawarij, the outsiders. Wasathiyah it's a term without outsiders, where everybody is inside, or neutralize outsiders to become part of insiders. That's once again it's a challenging statement to be outsiders and insiders at the same time. Outside insiders, and so see radicals, moderate Islam as not imposed from outside. It's something grow within Islam. So it's insiders. The outsiders is the radicals. The outsiders is the intolerant. It's the outsiders. The insiders is moderate Islam. And this is exactly what is said by the opposite when saying that moderate Islam is imported by U.S. interest and so on. It's very interesting. But again, the culminations, and then Pak Riedel tried to scrutinize the genealogy of Wasathiyah through big figures like Abdul Raib Amsingkeli and Said Usman and Abdullah Munshi. So he trying to say that this is the genealogy, important genealogy. But the culminations of that genealogy is in Pancasila. So Pancasila is like the end of the successive journeys done by the moderate kind of Muslim try to be good, to to be able to communicate, to be friends with everybody and so on. Thank you, Pak Rido, and then we'll see. We'll hear what Bu Nina would say about this, and then we'll always keep Pak Rido, what Pak Rido said in our mind, and then we will present Bu Nina's in our new minds, and then we will let the two proposal making dialogue in our minds to create the different kind of moderate, because Pak Rido is not moderate when Bu Nina is there. So between Bu Nina and Pak Rido, what is in between? Silakan Bu Nina.
Screen, I would like to say hello first to the panelists and the committee, like Prof. Oman, Fatur Rahman, Prof. Azra, Prof. Jamari, Prof. Ismatul Rofi, Prof. Riddle, the first speaker, Prof. Najib Burhani, I saw Dr. Saiful Umam, Prof. Amelia Fauzia, Professor Imtiaz Yusuf, also the fresh graduate, Dr. Zainal Mutaqin, ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. Okay, I was afraid that if my PowerPoint will be the same, but actually it is different. So I'm glad my PowerPoint is not really as heavy as and not as historical as Professor Ridal, yeah. And here is the outline of our presentation. I will begin also with definition. And then, is there any problem? Do you hear me well?
Yeah, no, but not before. But still, you can go ahead. You can go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So let me start with the introduction, definition.
We cannot hear you. Am I the only one who cannot hear him?
Yeah, we also cannot hear Bu Nina.
Yeah, yeah, I think the connection is not good.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I will use my.
Yeah, turn off your video. It might be helpful.
Bu Nina, can you hear me? You have a problem with your microphone.
Oh, I have a problem with my microphone.
Yeah, it's not really clear. All right, could you please turn off your video? So it's gonna be very, you know, it's, I mean, better to you know, present without the video because your connection is unstable.
Yeah, could you move to the third speaker, Professor Najib Burhani? I will change my laptop, please.
Okay, that is good solution. We will.
Yes, okay.
We'll go to
thank
Pak
you.
Najib Burhani.
Yeah, okay.
Pak Najib, you can take over.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Fuad Jabali, and also I'm happy to be here together with our teachers, Professor Rido, Professor Azra, and also our colleague, Pak Fuad Jabali, Pak Oman, Nina, and the rest. I would like to share my PowerPoint to make more systematic my presentation. Can you see my PowerPoint, Pak Fuad?
Yep. Yes, we do.
Let me begin from the first one. So the title of my presentation is Wasathiyah Islam, the Root and the Problems. As already mentioned before by previous presenters, that I think one of the basis of our discussion on Wasathiyah Islam is وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. And as you can see from my PowerPoint here, that the meaning of wasatan could be just and could be the best nation, not only the middle. And I will talk from here. This is actually the expertise of Pak Fuad Jabali, but I will try to begin with this issue. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Pak Fuad. So if we refer to theological and exegetical discussion on the Wasathiyah Islam, we can find at least 4 classifications on this point. The first one we can see in the first exegetes of Islam, like Mujahid bin Jabr and also Ibnu Abbas. The meaning of Wasathiyah Islam is not middle like we understand it right now, but the meaning of that one is a just people or a just community. And with this kind of meaning, the status of Ummatan Wasatan makes Muslim people responsible to uphold justice in this world. So it's not between radical or liberal, or between liberal and radical, but but this is talking about just people and responsibility to uphold just and also spreading justice in this world. And then if we go to the next period of Islamic Mufassir, we can see that the meaning of Ummatan Wasatan is a moderate community, a balanced community, and this one is also adopted, for instance, by Muhammad Abduh, and also if we go to Indonesia, we can refer it to, for instance, Tafsir Al-Azhar by Buya Hamka, that try also to understand the meaning Wasathiyah Islam is a moderate community, a balanced nation. And this one also the one that we adopted right now. And we can see the root of this meaning, for instance, from At-Tabari and Al-Wahidi. And but the difference between previous time and now is that this term indicated Islam in the is the middle religion, combining the good element of Judaism and Christianity and discarding the bad element of them. That what we can find in the second period of Mufassir in Islam. Sometimes this also can be understood that Islam is adopting the law and also love from Christianity and Judaism. We are not only, Muslim is not only a religion of law, but it is also a religion of law. And then the third one, the meaning of Wasathiyah Islam, this one is during the peak of Islamic civilization, we can say that. Ummatan Wasatan is not a balanced community or balanced nation or just people, but the best community or the best people. And we can find that one, this interpretation from Al-Zamakhshari and also Ibnu Kathir. So we can see here that a middle society is excellent not only because it is a balanced society that is able to avoid excessiveness, but it also has a central position. Following the widely quoted tradition attributed to the Prophet, the best of the things are always in the middle. Khairul umuri awsatuha. It is often perceived that the middle is of things is the best one. So this is the third meaning of the ummatan wasatan that we can find in the tradition of in the exegetical tradition in Islam. And then the fourth one, I think we can see that the transition and the shift of the meaning of ummatan wasatan to the contemporary time, or during the time when Muslim under Western colonialization, that ummatan wasatan refer to the role mandated to Muslim by God to lead people in this world. So to stop colonialization and to become leader in this world. This interpretation is proposed, for instance, by modern exegetes such as Sayyid Qutb and Abul A'la al-Maududi. And if we go, for instance, to several books by Sayyid Qutb, for instance, he gives additional explanation regarding this term. For him, ummatan wasatan also refers to a geographic or cosmic side. Qutb, therefore, for instance, expand further on Maududi's rather the notion from Maududi that Muslim community must occupy a central position among nations and imputes greater political and cosmic significance to it. And also we can see, if we refer, for instance, to Mircea Eliade, that the meaning of ummatan wasatan here is like perhaps the term axis mundi. It's like the center of the world, a center of cosmic community and something like that. So here we find 4 different categorical meanings, we can say that perhaps, of the term ummatan wasatan, from the first period of Islam until the current situation of Muslim communities. That perhaps the meaning of that following the situation of the time, of the time when the exegete tried to translate the term ummatan wasatan. And then we can also see here that in the above interpretation that the term ummatan wasatan comparatively refers to the Muslim community and people from different religious community. And this one is different, for instance, from now that usually people refer to the meaning ummatan wasatan only to the Muslim community. In Indonesia, this one, ummatan wasatan commonly translated as Islam moderate Islam. However, instead of comparing this community with other religious community, the moderate status of this community is compared to different groups within Islam, commonly called liberal Muslim or radical Muslim. We can see here, I think I quote this one from Pak Oman Fatur Rahman's presentation, and the book edited, I think, by Pak Oman, Profesor Oman Fatur Rahman. Moderasi beragama bukan antitesa radikalisme, lawan moderasi adalah ekstrim tataruf berlebihan, baik ekstrim kiri, ekstrim kanan. So this is like trying to find the middle path between liberal and radical. So someone like perhaps like Lutfi Syaukani, Ulil Absar Abdallah, not part of the moderate Islam in this category, perhaps. And then in short, perhaps after 9/11, there has been a tendency to confine the meaning of ummatan wasatan internally within religious groups in Islam and excluding like the comparative perspective between Islam and other religious communities. And this one, so if we are discussing now about, for instance, I think already discussed by Pak Fuad Jabal, that try to connect this issue, the moderate Islam, with the political issue. It seems to me, for instance, in the context of America, for instance, that theology, political baggage is like heavier than a theological one. So we can refer, for instance, that the beginning of this term is 9/11 with Bush policy to weed out radical Muslim from Muslim community, and also to find allies in Muslim communities in the war against terror. we can say here, therefore, in some communities that the term moderate Islam have more influence, the political issues, I think, have more influence in the construction of the meaning of moderate Islam rather than theological discourse. That is why some Muslim, I think not here, but in some other countries, some Muslim perceive themselves a moderate Islam is an insult. I'm a moderate Muslim, yet I don't like to be termed a moderate. It is somehow implies that I am less of a Muslim, or in other terms, it's like lukewarm Muslim or not real Muslim and something like that, while the real one is a radical Muslim, something like that. And also it sometimes makes of a good guy and a bad guy. And we can see here from the term like moderate versus militant. If we are part of the moderate, then the rest of the Muslim are radical or militant. And also we can say also from this term that sometimes here in Indonesia, I think almost all people, including what's so-called as a radical and conservative, in public, they will call themselves as part of the moderate Islam. And that is why I think it's not surprising if in the MUI, Majelis Ulama Indonesia, we can also find someone who can be associated with Jamaah Islamiyah and some other radical groups. And if we go to Daniel Pipes, of course, he is not what you call it, like not good in terms of authority in Islam. A Muslim could be categorized, those who can be categorized as a moderate Islam is only like the one like Irshad Manji, the author of The Trouble with Islam, or Abdul Wahab Madhab, the author of Maladi Islam, and Sheikh Hisham Al-Kabani, who said that 80% of the mosques in America is have been controlled by extremists. And although we can find also that some scholars like Abu Fadl Afsaruddin and some other scholars propose a criteria of moderatism, such as a tolerant attitude and acceptance of coexistence and living in harmony with people from different faiths. But we see that in the context of the US, that some political analysts and politicians give harder requirement to pass the moderate test, namely pro-Israel or at least neutral on this issue. That is why if we go, for instance, to like to the writing of Bernard Lewis, for instance, that the future of moderate Islam is very it's not good, because moderate Islam is equivalent in this context, is like to liberal Islam, or perhaps even with ultra liberal Islam. And then therefore this kind of Muslim would be a minority in Muslims communities. And we can say also that because of the reluctance to be associated with moderate Islam, because this term is also sometimes associated with the meaning those who have been politically sold out to the other side. So this one is, I think, the issue, the political issue, if we are talking about moderate Islam, perhaps not strongly in Indonesia, but in the US. And if we go back to Indonesia, I think this one is similar to this to what stated by Pak Azumardi Azra, that the meaning of moderate Islam usually refer to al-usus as-salasa fi i'tiqadi ahli sunnah wal jamaah. That is three basic things in theology, like following Ash'ari al-Maturidi, like between Jabariyah and Qadariyah, and also what you call it, the middle position on this, on the issue of reason, akal, and revelation, and also between the doctrine of predestination and also free will. And then in terms of like fiqh, we can see that the meaning of Wasathiyah is like adopting for mazahib, Hanafi, Maliki, Syafi'i, and Hambali. In terms of deriving the law, these three schools, three mazahib, is like using Syar'i, Aqli, and also Adi. And in terms of Sufism, it's like adopting Al-Ghazali and Al-Baghdadi, that is usually called as Sunni, Tasawwuf Sunni Sufism, and that doesn't accept the theory of al-hulul from al-Hallaj, and also the concept of al-ittihad from Ibn Arabi. And then back to the current time, I think if we go to one of the scholars that trying to discuss on the issue of moderate Islam, I would like to present here the articles by Ahmad Siddiq, former chairman Rois Am PPIM. There are 4 characteristics of Sunni Islam: tawassut, i'tidal, tawazun, and also tasamuh. But in his mind, the meaning of moderate Islam is the existence, in his mind, there is an existence of 2 opposing tendencies within Islam in Indonesia: the puritanical tendency and syncretic tendency of abangan people in practicing Islam. When he said about puritanical Islam, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, and also we can refer to his book. What is in his mind is Muhammadiyah and Persatuan Islam. And following this one, I think this definition of moderate Islam, following this definition of moderate Islam, I think my Islam and also Mbak Eni's Islam is a bit difficult to be fit in with the category of moderate Islam or Wasathiyah Islam. Difficult to be included in the category of moderate Islam. And we can also hear the way of translating the meaning of moderate Islam, moderatism or Wasathiyah Islam in Ahmad Siddiq and also some people around him. The meaning, how to translate the moderatism is a balanced combination between reason, akal, and also revelation, like trying not to be to avoid excessiveness, al-ghulu, and immoderation or extremism, tatarruf. So between al-ghulu and tatarruf, in displaying courage, saja, it will moderate a tendency of recklessness, tahawur, and cowardliness, al-juban, and also between israf and also bukhal, in terms of like how we deal with money, for instance, like that. In terms of tradition, for instance, al-muhafadzah al-qadim soleh wal akhdu bil jadidil aslah. And I think this one, the last one, talking about the issue of moderate Islam, Wasathiyah Islam, as presented by book Moderasi Beragama by Pak Oman and Pak Lukman Hakim Saifuddin. I think there are several points that need to be addressed. Like the first one is heavy Islam, and sometimes not including other religions. So discussing about Wasathiyah Islam or moderate Islam in Indonesia, it's mostly about Islam. And then sometimes it is understood as a camouflage of de-radicalization program, or an extension of Islam Nusantara, and also sometimes neglecting other voices of Islam, and also very heavy baggage of trying to find jalan tengah, moderasi beragama, like I mentioned before, and also including liberal Muslim. And also difficult to understand the difference between the paradigm of kebebasan beragama and kerukunan beragama. This means that the government and also people who are promoting moderate Islam is only trying to avoid chaos, to avoid chaos, while not giving freedom to let's say religious minorities. And also the last one is, I think, the meaning of moderate Islam sometimes not include religious minorities within Islam, like Ahmadiyah and Shia. So this is following the survey by PPIM that our external empathy is better than our internal empathy. I think that's all, Pak Fuad Jabali, from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Mujib. That is short but disturbing. I thought.
Najib, Pak Fuad, not Mujib.
Yeah, Najib. That is disturbing. I thought Umat Wasathiyah is kind of stable positions or imaginary stable positions, but in your explanations, Umat Wasathiyah, the positions of the middle is not always in the moving, but movement with stopping stations. And the stopping station is different from one period to another. And then you say that the first stopping station is like just and then moving to in between, and from in between to be the best, and from the best to be the leader, to lead. That is the end of the movement, the end of the moderate station, to be the leader, to lead the world. And that that is the current situation when we now. Then we are dealing with the word power. Then we're dealing with politics, and then neither statement, the will to power will be apparent, will become problematic, I think. But anyway, thank you for bringing this to the audience. And Ibu Nina, are you stable now, your voice?
I am, yeah, I hope so, because it is beyond my control. I have my laptop now. Okay, so can I start now? I have already said,
yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have already said hello to everybody. Also, okay, I remember Nida. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I will go straight to my presentation. It is the root of the Islamic Wasathiyah tradition in Southeast Asia. And here is the outline of my presentation. I will start with definition, and then I will, if we talk about the root, we talk about the past, and then moving into the current situation, like Prof. Azra said about the challenge, even though I highlight a different issue as a challenge, and then I will close this presentation with the epilogue. Let me start with definition, even though it is being a bit controversial. I tend to translate Wasathiyah as a moderation, and it is closely aligned with justice, yeah, and it means opting for a middle position between extremities, or the best choice, yeah. Professor Najib Burhani already said that Khairul Umuri Awsatuha, so that's the best choice in the middle. And also it means superiority, justice, purity, nobility, and elevated status, yeah. And Wasathiyah is the opposite of tatarruf, yeah, which denotes inclination towards the peripheries. So it is the opposite of extremism, radicalism, and excess, yeah. So I quote this from Kamali. And what are the roots of the Islamic Wasathiyah tradition in Southeast Asia? So I identify three roots of the Islamic Wasathiyah. So the first one is the nature of Islam itself is already Wasathiyah, yeah. And then the spread of Islam in Southeast Asia was also contributed to the Wasathiyah Islam. And as all of you know, that the spread of Islam in Southeast Asia is in a peaceful way. That is through acculturation or localization, not by force or by war, yeah. And the nature of Southeast Asian people are also plural and respect differences, even though, well, currently we have, we face a challenge. For example, the conservative fundamentalist group to some extent have changed the nature of some of the Wasathiyah tradition into more rigid Arabized tradition, yeah, such as rigid sexual segregation, veiling, and intolerant to the religious minority groups such as Ahmadiyah and Syiah. So I will discuss one by one about the three roots that I identify as the root of Islamic Wasathiyah tradition in Southeast Asia. The first one, I think Professor Riddle also mentioned about this verse, the Quranic verse, Al-Baqarah 142, I think. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا. Yeah, so this is a just society. Yeah, and some examples of Islam Wasathiyah, for example, is that Islam acknowledge private property but encourage sharing property through zakat and then wakaf, sodako. We have Professor Amalia Fauzia here, who are expert on these charities matters, yeah, and then hadiah, in order there is no gap, yeah, between the rich and the poor, yeah. So Islam is neither socialist nor capitalist, yeah. Likai layakunu dulatan bainal aghnia wal masakin. That's what Islam says. And then another example of the Wasathiyah Islam is that Islam encourage its ummah to work for a living as if they will live forever, yeah, but to prepare for the hereafter as if they will die tomorrow, ya. I'mali dunyaka ka anaka ta'ishu abadan wa amali akhiratika ka anaka tamutu godan, ya. So that's make the Islam is Wasathiyah, yeah. The Islam itself is already Wasathiyah. So when it is spread to Southeast Asia, the embracement of these values of Wasathiyah has made the Southeast Asian Islam is Wasathiyah. And also I have mentioned that the spread of Islam in Southeast Asia is through peaceful way, yeah, through acculturation or localization, not by force. For example, the spread of Islam in Java, Indonesia by Wali Songo, the 9 saints. And like, for example, at that time, the existing Java society like to watch wayang, but because many of them were Hindus, so they were listening to the story of Mahabharata, and the 9 saints in introducing Islam still use wayang, but replace the story of Mahabharata with the history of the Prophet Muhammad. Yeah. And this way of spreading Islam through acculturation or localization shows the contextual approach of the 9 saints to Islam, in which the substance of Islam was adopted and integrated into local culture. And this is, of course, different from literalist approach to Islam, which tend to Arabize, not Islamize. Yeah, we need to differentiate that Arab is the culture where Islam was born, while Islam has distinct substance in itself, which try to transform Arabian society at that time. And which countries are Southeast Asia? There are 11 countries: Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, the Philippines, Brunei, East Timor, Burma, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And here is the map of Southeast Asia. It is spread, and we have a tropical climate. Yeah, and I heard Barbara Watson-Andaya about Southeast Asia. She is the expert on that. So Southeast Asia is culturally diverse. Yeah. So because of this diversity, so people of Southeast Asia tend to be more tolerant to diversity. Yeah, and Andaya also argued that women in Southeast Asia are generally seen to be more equal, yeah, than women in the neighboring areas like China and India, which has very strong patriarchal culture. Yeah, Southeast Asia is still have a patriarchal culture, but it is not as strong as in China and India. Yeah. And Islam began to spread in Southeast Asia from the 7th century by Arab traders, and more intensively in 13th century by trader and Sufi saints through a smooth acculturation into local culture. Yeah. For instance, in Kudus, the saint respected the local Hindus people who respected cows. So when these saints invited the Kudus people to be Muslims, they still respect cow. And for example, during the celebration of Idul Adha, they choose to slaughter buffalo instead of cow. So they avoid not to eat cow, which is the animal which is respected by the Hindus. So because of this, so the Hindus people were interested to become Muslim. Yeah. But up until now, I visited Kudus in 2019. People still slaughter buffalo instead of cow. Yeah. So I moved to the current situation about the challenge, yeah, to Islamic Wasathiyah tradition, yeah. The first challenge is the Wahhabist influence of being intolerant to the minority religious groups. I still remember in certain year, maybe in 2018, 2019, there was like the fatwa issued by MUI, or no, earlier, maybe 2008, and this has resulted in violence against Shia groups, and they become internally displaced people. Yeah, and in the WhatsApp group, there has been like what Prof. Azumadi Azra said about proxy war, yeah, between the Arab and Iran, yeah, leading to the hatred to the Shia community. So, and also I noticed that Arabization impose very rigid sexual segregation and fulfilling for women. Yeah, for me, the imposition of veiling for women is like over sexualizing women's body and desexualizing men's body. When we read a fiqh book, for example, okay, I would like to say that Muslims are obliged to cover the aurat, but what consists of the aurat is debatable. Yeah, for example, in the existing fiqh, people never question, for example, the fuqaha who define the aurat for women is the whole body except face and hands. On the other hand, for the male, it is only between your belly button to your knees. Yeah. So this is defined by men, and people never question why, for example, the aurat for women seems to be maximum, and while the aurat for men seems to be like very minimum. And for me, this is like over-sexualizing women's body and desexualizing men's body. And in the influence of Arabization, here we can see the changing attire of Muslim women. For example, this one might be before 1980s, yeah, when Japanese women wearing kebaya and kerudung, and they higher can be like visible, and some do not wear the veil. So this is, I think, prior to 1980s. But after the Iranian Revolution in 1980s, we have like there has been increasing women to veil themselves, and the nature of the veiling is like what I'm wearing now. And now recently, like from 2000 onwards, there has been like the jilbab syar'i. Yeah, jilbab syar'i is the long veil, and it seems that the construction of a good Muslim woman is defined by the length of their veil. Yeah, see, the veil is become longer, and this is more Arabized women attire, which is black and covering the whole body. It seems that the humanity of women should be invisible when they are in public. So that's the message that I get from this fulfilling, yeah, including face covering, yeah. And here I would like to make a little bit of joke because I admire how the Nine Science Wali Songo spread Islam by having contextual approach to Islam. Yeah, I was imagining that only that Muhammad was from Indonesia, maybe Indonesia can be the country that that can have the largest export of bamboos, because this one is Duduku, yeah. Kang Fuad knows because he is Sundanese, or the head, yeah, of Sundanese, made from bamboo. If only that the Prophet Muhammad was sent to Indonesia, and then the women of, for example, the Sundanese women wearing this kind of hat, maybe the Arab people who turn or convert into become Muslim will adopt this covering of the head by importing the bamboos from Indonesia, and this kind of dudukui, this kind of head might be regarded as a religious outfit, yeah, and this is being worn by both women and men also here. So here I would like also to show that even in the West, who are not even Muslim, might be, they put on their beanies during the winter, and they put on their hat when it is under the sun. So I would like to stress that dress is for our body comfort, yeah. But then maybe it is interpreted differently, yeah. When people interpret religion by using a literalist approach, yeah. So, and the literalist approach or fundamentalist literalist approach become the second challenge to the Islamic Wasathiyah tradition, because sometimes fundamentalist and literalist interpretation result in radical, in even violent extremist acts, yeah. And also fundamentalist or literalist approach to use or apply a formalistic approach in implementing Sharia. For example, in Aceh, when they claim that this area is implementing Islamic Sharia, they implement flogging as a punishment. This is different opinion from me, when Islam should give like prosperous and justice for the community. So that's what need to be emphasized and to be achieved by the Aceh government, not by showing, okay, here I'm using a flogging as a punishment, as if that by applying flogging as a punishment, Aceh become more Islamic. So that's the difference between contextualist and literalist approach. Yeah? So I will come to the end of my presentation by let's revive our Wasathiyah tradition by referring back to the Quran, because the Quran itself is Wasathiyah, promoting Wasathiyah values, and interpret the Quran contextually to ensure that Islam is solihun likulli zaman wa makan, yeah, compatible for every time and place, yeah. And also let's revive Southeast Asian tradition of being tolerant and respect for cultural and religious diversity to ensure a peaceful life. And last but not least, being Muslim do not necessarily should be like an Arab, because Islam not only for Arabs but for the whole universe. Yeah, Islam is rahmatan lil alamin, a blessing for the universe, and also for both men and women. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Bu Nina. So now we have 4 different narratives on Wasathiyah Islam, starting from Pak Ridho, who always see Wasathiyah as a movement, always in movement through 4 giants, Asingkil, Sejauhmana, and Abdullah Munshi, from always in movement to the stopping stations in moving, and that is one by Najib, from just to in between, to be the best, and to lead in the end. and from Bunina, from always in as a narrative based on Wasathiyah Islam, characterized by peace, tolerance, and sharing life. I don't have to extend my conclusions yet. I will come to conclusion later on after being discussed by audience. So now we will let audience to discuss, to ask questions. Then I will ask Surura to read the question from
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fuad. And we have like so many questions. First of all, I would like to read the question. Does Wasathiyah Islam promote the exclusion of extremist Muslim as the state? That's for the first question, but this is from Mr. Firas Arashi.
Can you display the question? No? Or just reading it?
Okay.
Can we display?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it is in the question and answer.
Yeah. It is in the question and answer chat, so okay. All right.
Because too many questions to raise, and then we ask Susi to actually to pick the best questions to the audience. So we are not talking too many things, just focusing on one best questions. Okay,
all
can
right,
you do that, Surura?
Yeah, sure. The next question is regarding the dissertation. I think, Mr. Fuad, I will just read all the question and then you will just conclude which one the question the best for the speaker to answer.
Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you. In my dissertation, I found that there is a trust of penghayat kawajan group toward NU because according to the informant, that through Islam NU identically with Wasathiyah practice, the fact that they, maybe some of them are not yet tolerant at the grassroots. What is the solution of this problem? The next one is, do we share similar Wasathiyah value in Christianity too? And the next one, this is question in Bahasa, but I will translate it in English. What are the advantage and disadvantage of Wali Songo who spreads and preaches the teachings of Islam in Indonesia at the time? Animism and dynamism were still rampant in Indonesia. The next one, all right, wait a minute, come back to the chat room. This is directly to Mr. Ahmad Najib Burhani, how to invite liberal Muslim and radical Muslim to moderate Muslim. That's it.
Okay. Okay, I think we start with the first questions.
This is from...
Yeah, I think the question in the chat is directly mentioned to whom. So maybe we can start to Professor Riedel first. Yeah, I read that it is directly to the person, except for example, the first one is this was Islam promote the exclusion of extremist Muslim as the state. This is not particularly mentioned to whom, but below that all are mentioned. Like the second one is Professor Ahmad Najib Burhani, the third one is for Professor Riedel, and the last one is for me. Yeah.
Okay, we can do that. Pak Riedel, can you handle the question? The first one.
Yeah,
yes. I don't have it on my screen. Could you just? I'm happy to handle it.
I can read it for you, Prof. Riedel. This is for Prof. Riedel. Said Professor Riedel said explanation. Indonesia have some figure in the past strongly showing they moderate and they implementing to people at the times. If we fail today, we need to make moderatism because we face radicalism and so on. What presenter analyze Indonesian people lost their moderate tradition? So this is for Indah Kartika. The English is not really clear, but maybe what causes that big the moderate tendency becoming reduced?
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I was looking in the chat rather than the question and answers.
Yeah, it's the question and answer.
Could somebody else take another one, and then I'll just locate this one in the chat and in the question and answer.
Okay.
And
Maybe I can answer the question first, Pak Fuad.
Yes, you can.
Yes. Okay. Actually, this is from Erin M. Paramita. Thank you for the question. She is actually very desperate about the phenomenon that people claim themselves to follow the Sharia, but actually they discriminate against women. So she is frustrated about these many ignorant people. So I agree with you that implementing Sharia shouldn't be by discriminating women, but in Indonesian phenomenon, for example, after the Reformation era and after the issuing about the policy on the decentralization, the local government tend to issue discriminative policies, which they call or under the hidden name of Perda Sharia. And inside this Perda Sharia, they impose, for example, a curfew limiting women in order they do not go outside the house after 10 p.m., for example, and then the policies also oblige women to wear the veil. That's why I criticize a lot about the rigid or literalist interpretation of or the implementation of Sharia that by imposing jilbabization, wearing veil, and limiting women, they claim to implement Sharia. So I agree with you, Erin. I can be empathetic to your desperation. Let's challenge this male bias, patriarchal, or literalist interpretation of the Quran, because we need to believe that God is just. If God is just, it is impossible that the Quran reveals or support any injustice. Thank you.
Najib, can you follow up? Can you?
Yes. Thank you, Pak Fuad. The question for me is about how to accommodate liberal and radical Muslim in the context, how to to make them moderate or something like that. The problem in our definition of moderate Islam or Wasathiyah Islam is always to find a middle path, a jalan tengah. I like the way, for instance, Abu Fadl trying to define what is Wasathiyah Islam or moderatism, such as a tolerant attitude and acceptance of coexistence and living in harmony with people from different faiths. If we are adopting this kind of definition, then we can include certainly this group that we call now as liberal Muslim. Because the main point of that one is coexistence and living in harmony. But if we are using the definition from Kemenak, avoiding Tataru, then of course we are excluding the liberal Muslim and radical Muslim at the same time. And then also both of them claiming to be moderate, although we are sometimes the moderate Muslim exclude them from the category of moderatism. And what we need to do also in this context, in a way, as a way to let's say accommodate and also interpret and translate moderatism to those two opposing groups, is for instance by making category, making definition, and also litmus test. What is the meaning of moderate Islam? I think that's all, Pak Fuad, from me. Okay, Pak Ridho.
Yes, thank you. Look, there are two questions which I'm going to address. One of the questions was about, is there Wasathiyah, does the concept of Wasathiyah exist in Christianity? And the second question was really, I think it was asking if there were examples of Wasathiyah in the past, what do you have to do to preserve that and to make it flourish in the present? So firstly, on the question of Wasathiyah in Christianity, or indeed in any of the other faiths, there is always a spectrum, or that circle. There is Wasathiyah, and then there are the extremes. And it often depends on, well, a few things. Firstly, when people are preoccupied by their texts and they don't see the humanity of the other religion, whatever it is, then it's very easy to be fundamentalist, to be text-bound, to be literalist in your interpretation of your own faith, and to see the other as an outsider. But when you add to that process human interaction, human friendships, you see the humanity of the other, then that is a key ingredient for Wasathiyah, whether it's Islam or Christianity. So the same process does apply in Christianity as well. And in terms of the question with the examples of Wasathiyah in the past, how to preserve that in the present, well, again, I think we need to remember that the concept of whether extreme or Wasathiyah, these are movable concepts and people change. Sometimes people at the extremes can become committed to a Wasathiyah approach to their faith, whether it's Christianity or Islam. What does that? It's usually through education, it's usually through human contact, it's usually through moving away from pure textual literalism to actually engaging with the other religion and building things together, building friendships, building relationships. So that applies in all the faiths, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Fuad.
Yep.
I can answer more questions if you allow me.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. The first one is from Abdul Fattah Kadiri, which was posted at 5:21 about, because at the end of my presentation, I invite to return back to the Quran because Islam itself teach Wasathiyah values. And Abdul Fattah Kadiri asked me about how to revive the Quran. Yeah. I claim myself as Muslim feminist, and Muslim feminists believe that the Quran is the source of justice, and but the Quran has been interpreted mainly by men to support patriarchal values. In order to revive the Quran, I argue for reinterpretation of the Quran from gender perspectives, and I did this through my publication. If you can have a look by Googling my name, Nina Nurmila, most of my writings is doing about the revival of the Quranic values from the equal gender perspectives. Yeah, I can give you examples later on if we have time, but I will move on first for the second question from Abdul Hanif, or you can, or for the Abdul Fattah, you can read my articles, but if I have time I can explain to you more. Now I move to Abdul Hanif questions about the Wahhabi claim that their Islam is the most authentic. Yeah, I think this claim is showing the intolerant attitude. So when people claim that it is only themselves who is right and other people is wrong, so that's the intolerant attitude. Yeah, tolerant is the opposite of that. Tolerant is we believe in what we believe and we respect what others believe, and not claiming that what we believe is the only truth. And how to deal with this? Yeah, usually this attitude is not only by Wahhabi but also by fundamentalist people. It's very hard. I don't know how to change this, but I think there was a time when I was part of the fundamentalist group, because when I was in my undergraduate, I joined the mosque activities on Sunday in Salman Mosque, and I was indoctrinated with fundamentalist thinking. But what made me change from my fundamentalist literalist approach into contextual approach was my learning, my reading, my encounter, for example, because of different reading materials. For example, when I was undergraduate student and become part of fundamentalist, what I read is like Ikhwanul Muslimin, Intifada, something like that. But then after I graduated from my first degree and then I continue my study into master and PhD, my reading was different, like the works of Amina Wadud, Aziza Al-Hibri, Farid Esak, Komarudin Hidayat, and then Cak Nur, Nurholis Majid. So this can mix my way of thinking is different. Also, the realities that I'm doing, for example, I was fundamentalist, and fundamentalists construct femininity. For example, as a woman, it is good to be housewife at home, serving the husband. But then, in reality, I'm not experiencing that. Both of us were working, and then I continued my study, and I am not at home at all when I was studying, doing my master and my PhD. And these different realities that I experience make me challenge the fundamentalist idealities that women should be at home serving the husband. So I think that's one of the ways to that's two ways of changing the Wahhabi or the fundamentalists by giving them different reading materials and make them having a critical thinking for what they think, which is different from the reality. And the third question that I would like to answer is from Aulia, who says that it seems that only NU, Nahdlatul Ulama, who claim to be practicing Wasathiyah Islam. I disagree with that. I think Muhammadiyah and NU are regarded to be moderate organizations. This is vis-a-vis or the opposite from, for example, Hizbut Tahrir Indonesia, which already being banned, like what Prof. Azra said earlier. Because these fundamentalist people want to have a formal Islamic state, and also the organization like Majlis Mujahidin or the women's organization like conservative group like AILA, or the party that always oppose women's sex is the Partai Keadilan Sejahtera. Okay, sorry I mentioned that name because it's always hindering my. Women's activists struggle for gender equality. And the last from Hendrik, what the government has done in order to promote Islamic moderation. I think the Ministry of Religious Affairs has the program of religious moderation. I think I will stop this here and then I will read the question again. Thank you.
Okay, we still have, I think, 20 minutes.
Pak Fuad, excuse me, there is two person that raise hand. Should we give the opportunity to ask directly?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Zakia, Ms. Zakia, please to on your video, and then you just directly ask to the speakers. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Ms. Zakia?
No.
Zakia D? All right. Committee, please to unmute Ms. Zakia. Ms. Zakia, please on your video. Or we jump up to the next person that raised hand, Mr. Jumsani.
Yeah.
Mr. Jumsani, can you hear me? Pak Jumsani, apa bisa mendengar saya? The committee, please unmute for Ms. Zakia and Mr. Jumsani.
Oh, if after 1 minute they do not speak, maybe we can give opportunity to Professor Ridal and Professor Burhani.
Right. Okay.
No.
One more time, I would like to call Ms. Zakia and Mr. Jumsani. Okay, there is no response, sir. Could you please to continue to the next speaker?
Okay. If there is no question, then I will ask questions. Pak Rido, since you are not Indonesian, sorry, since you are not, well, you are not part of the contestation between tribal or community groups in Indonesia, or geographical sentiment. If I ask questions, where is the home of the Wasathiyah Islam right now in the island, in the archipelago? Japanese, in Java, or in Malay, or in where?
You're asking for my perspective as a non-Indonesian, where I see the pusat of Wasathiyah Islam in Southeast Asia or in Indonesia?
In Indonesia.
Well,
and then in Southeast Asia. Okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'll do it in reverse. So in Southeast Asia, no, you're right. I'll start with Indonesia. I see, for me, the heart of Wasathiyah Islam is, well, it's not Aceh, but wherever you look, you're going to get that same struggle, aren't you? So you're going to find some Muslims who lean towards Wasathiyah Islam and some Muslims who don't. So in Aceh, of course, although they've implemented a degree of, more fundamentalist approach to Islamic law, nevertheless, clearly some Muslims in Aceh are not very happy about that. But I would see the heart of it as being in Java, historically, to be honest. In terms of Southeast Asia, Indonesia has always been a beacon. I think I look at the direction that Malaysia is going, and I think Malaysia is for various reasons, and it has a particular kind of ethnic makeup in Malaysia that means that Malaysia is moving in the opposite direction, I think, away from Wasathiyah Islam, and there are big issues that Malaysians have to address on that score. Singapore is very interesting because Singapore has a particular approach. I visited Singapore recently, and it has a particular approach which is much criticized in the West, and yet I kind of get it. In Singapore, they work on the basis that, above all, in a small geographical area where you have lots of people living together of different ethnicities, different races, different religions, you need to have harmony, social harmony. So they work on the basis of 15%, for example, 15% of the population is Muslim, and therefore they ensure that in apartment buildings, 15% of the population living in the apartment building is Muslim, and they're not all clustered together. So they get Buddhists and Christians and Hindus and Muslims. The way that the apartment buildings are constructed is that it represents the racial, ethnic, religious mix of the country. And there's a kind of subtle social engineering to create a sense of harmony. And it seems to work in many ways. So Singapore is a very interesting case, but ultimately, if you ask me to put my hat on the peg and say the heart of Southeast Asian Islam, of Wasathiyah Islam in Southeast Asia, I would point to Indonesia and probably to Java. That's my perspective as an outsider.
That is very interesting because we just launched our survey a couple of days ago on openness in social media, on openness in religious, in Islamic, in understanding Islam through social media, and we have like a significant number of moderate Islam actually played, although not big, but significant number of them played moderate role in media. But when try to look at the affiliations, the ethnical affiliations, we are surprised we are surprised when we look at a majority of them actually Javanese. So we see that Javanese are more open and more inclusive compared to the other ethnic groups in Indonesia. So it's interesting when you look at from outsiders and then we compare to what we have inside. I think similarity. And I want to ask the last questions to Najib. When you try to look at the movement as stopping station from just to in between to best and to lead. So is the stopping positions is always in line or circular? Is it linear or circular? And what makes linear and what does it make linear?
I think, Pak Fuad, that I'm not really sure, but as you can see, even Abduh then adopting the second model of interpreting Wasathiyah Islam, and then Buya Hamka with Al-Azhar also adopting similar position as the second generation of Mufassir. And we can see here that actually sometimes the context of the society providing the background on how certain Mufassir giving interpretation of that concept of Wasathiyah Islam. And if we go, for instance, like I mentioned previously, to in the context of Ahmad Siddiq, the former Rais Am of Nahdlatul Ulama, the way he is translating Wasathiyah Islam or moderate Islam seems to be related to the context of a Javanese society and neighboring people around him. That is why he was like interpreting Wasathiyah Islam as between Puritan Islam and syncretical Muslim. So it's like, it's not related to liberal and radical, perhaps because at that time he did not find the liberal and also radical Muslim around him. So it seems that it's not circular or linear, but the context of society will provide on how we are interpreting the meaning of Wasathiyah Islam. And in the context of the West, also the society will provide the context of how we are interpreting the same verse of the Quran.
If we are imagining Indonesia now, which one is the best positions that we have to have? To be last, to be in the middle, to be best, or to lead now? As a solution.
I just try to refer to several leader Muslim community. Pak Hasim Muzadi, Pak Din Samsudin, and Pak Azumardi Azra, I think already gave interpretation that this is the middle, right? And we are difficult to give another meaning right now, and that's why we are difficult to adjust on how to accommodate liberal Muslim in the category of moderate Islam. Unless we are trying to modify the meaning of that one, not to occupy, to find the middle position, then we are trapped in that kind of context, trying to exclude liberal and radical at the same time. I think Pak Raidal want to comment on that one.
Pak Raidal, do you want it?
Actually, I have a question myself for my co-panelists, and this is a question for Prof. Nina and also a question for Pak Najib. The first time I lived in Indonesia was in the late 1980s, which tells you how old I was. I wish I could say I was only 2 at the time, but I was older than that. However, I lived in Indonesia in the late 1980s, and I worked in Indonesia. I worked at a university, and at the time, the women who I was working with, none of them wore the jilbab. None of them wore the jilbab. Today, most of them wear the jilbab. So my question for my fellow panelists is that change a movement towards or a movement away from Wasathiyah Islam?
Okay, Bu Nina.
Yeah, that Bu Nina.
Okay, actually, I also want I also want to answer 2 questions from the chat, but okay, I will answer Professor Riddle first. No, I don't think so. I'm sorry, I don't interpret that the jilbabization as us the moving to Wasathiyah Islam, but it is more like Arabization, not moving to Wasathiyah Islam. Okay, so to make it short, and then I will move on to question and answer. Actually, I also was away, sometimes from Indonesia. For example, when I did my MA from 1995, 1997, I was still like going outside, not wearing the veil when I only go like to 3 or 4 houses. Okay, even though I know that there are my fellows lectures also. But when I returned home after my PhD in 2007, like it is like almost the whole Indonesian wearing the jilbab. That's kind of feeling pressure for us. If not wearing the jilbab, I'm afraid if not being identified as like good Muslims. So it is like many women feel social pressure to wear it. Yeah, but I also heard the several people who already put on their veil, they want to take out their veil. Yeah. Okay, so they free from the social pressure. Okay, I would like to move.
I will ask Pak Najib first to respond to.
Okay, yeah, please.
So Pak Najib, it seems to be like Bunina say, like wearing jilbab, either moving away or moving toward. It's always wearing jilbab. I don't know. So Pak Najib, can you respond? And then Bunina will follow up the following.
So moving away or
moving toward, or closing, or being closer, or being further to Wasathiyah Islam?
I'm not really, I don't know. That's a difficult question, Pak Prof. Riddle. But I think that's actually only what you call it, like accessories of religiosity. And the more substantive one is really perhaps related to our attitude to different people and something like that. If it is because you know, like we are trying to see the discrimination toward minorities and something like that. That has been increasing, then we are moving from moderate Islam. And usually the issue of Sharia, like Sharia banking and also halal industry are excluded from the context of the moderate Islam and the Wasathiyah Islam. But I think we had a good discussion yesterday with Mas Shafiq Hasim, that the process of halal industry and Sharia economy in Indonesia could be the point that make us become a segregated people, just like in other people, because of, let's say, Muslim must eat the halal one, and then the non-Muslim perhaps different place. And that one become a point that segregate the people in Indonesia from right now, like in Batak, mingle in the context of wedding and something like that, into separating place. So that one, I think, moving from moderate to less moderate Islam. So I think the point that I would like to highlight is not the jilbab, but like the way of treating each other. I think that's, I'm not sure whether that one answering the question.
Good. That's a good answer. Good answer. I mean, part of the reason I ask is that I have had people living in, I live in Australia and Britain, as you know, and I've had people who know nothing about Islam say, look at Indonesia, now all the women wear the jilbab. That means Indonesia is going fundamentalist. And I have to try and explain that actually, you know, forget the jilbab. Do you know these people? You know, how can you reach that conclusion? But it's a constant case of explanation, I find. Anyway, thank you for your answers. They were very helpful.
Thanks, Pak Riddle, for answering yourself. Okay, Bu Nina.
Thank you very much. This is the two last question that I would like to answer. From the first one is from the anonymous attendee. Which book do you recommend which support gender equality? In Indonesia, I love the fikih books written by Masdar F. Masudi. The title is Islam dan hak-hak reproduksi perempuan, dialog fikih pemberdayaan. And the second is fikih perempuan by, I don't know whether the someone who asked the question is Indonesian or not, but even if it is not Indonesian, it is because the question is for me, so I'm in Indonesian context. So the fikih book that I recommend, the second one is Fikih Perempuan. That's excellent book written by Kiai Hussein Muhammad, and also two books by the organization led by Ibu Sinta Nuria, Kembang Setaman Perkawinan, and Wajah Baru Suami Istri. These two books is the counterbalance to the fikih book written by Nawawi Al-Bantani. And of course, I recommend you read my book and also my articles that you can Google. And the last question that I would like to answer is from Abdul Fattah, whose question has been answered. So now I get your point that you want me to include hadith in other than the Quran. Yes, of course, yes, we need the hadith in interpreting the Quran, because the hadith is the record of the saying, the deeds, and agreement of the prophet. But the way we treat the Quran, of course, is different from the way we treat the hadith, because we believe that Quran is qat'iyud dilalah wa qat'iyul wurud. Yeah, we never question the originality of the Quran that we have. But for the hadith, we need to have a critical thinking before accepting the hadith, because the hadith has different quality. Yeah, okay. I think that's all. I'm very grateful to the committee for inviting me here. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to see you, Professor Ridal, Professor Najib Burhani, and others. Thank you.
Okay, I will not going to make a conclusion, but I would just want to make a statement, restate what the three said about the Wasathiyah. To them, I think to each of them, Wasathiyah is not a fixed position. It's not a fixed point. It's always negotiating, always in movement. But in those movement, there will be always
Recording in progress.
Stations. That's what Pak Najib said. Now, that movement with stopping station is done through principles, and that is what Bunina highlighted. Peace, tolerance, and again dialogue is that what highlighted by Pak Ridal, dialogue and openness. That is to me, that is the important statement made by three of you. Thank you very much. It's very enlightening, and it's a good start to think about Wasathiyah. And we will keep thinking, we will keep moving and thinking, and until we come to the stopping station for this country, where to stop, after being negotiated for that long. Okay, thank you very much. And I will return. Thank you, Pak Najib. Thank you, Bu Nina. Thank you, Pak Ridho and Tunggu. Thank you for everybody who are with us now. And we will return to you, Pak Oman, Bu Sururin, or whatever.
Thank you very much,
Sururo.
Mr. Fuad Jabali, for your for becoming the leader for this session, that is the root of Islamic Wasathiyah tradition in Southeast Asia. And also I would like to thank you, Professor Dr. Peter G. Riddle from SOAS University of London, Professor Research Dr. Ahmad Najib Burhani, from the National Research and Innovation Agency Indonesia, and also Prof. Nina Nurmila, PhD from Fahmina Institute Indonesia. And I would like to give the information regarding the next session that will be the accommodation for Islamic Wasathiyah and local culture meeting. And the speaker will be Professor Dr. Imtiaz Yusuf from International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization. And then Professor Dr. Robert W. Hefner from Boston University, USA, and also Professor Amelia Fauzia, PhD, and will be led by Mr. Syaiful Umam, PhD from PPIM with Jakarta. And the session will be start at 7, and please rejoin 15 minutes before the session. I think that's all for this session. Thank you very much. We do apologize for any mistake. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Pak Peter. Thank you so much.
Makasih Pak Peter.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Pak
Thank you for
Najib,
including
thank
me.
you. Bu Nina, thank you so much.
Ya, sama-sama. Terima kasih.
Thank you, fellow speakers. Nice to meet you.
Ya.
Islam tradition and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed to the next session, that is the accommodation for Islamic Wasathiyah and local culture meetings. And we already have the speakers here. The first speaker, Professor Dr. Imtiaz Yusuf. Good evening, sir. Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And the next one also we have Professor Dr. Robert W. Hefner from Boston University, USA. All right.
Nice to see you, Bob.
Yes.
Okay. The next one we also have Professor Amelia Fauzia, PhD, as a visiting fellow at School of Humanities and School Science, UNSW, Canberra, Australia. Good evening, Prof. Amelia.
Good evening. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Malam,
wabarakatuh.
Pak Bob, Pak Imtiaz, Pak Saiful.
All right.
Yeah.
Without further ado, we're going to proceed the next agenda to the second session, that is the accommodation for Islamic Wasathiyah and local culture meetings, that will be led by Mr. Syaiful Umam, PhD. He is a senior researcher of PPIM in Jakarta, and he is also editor in Studia Islamika and the Dean of Faculty of Adab and Humanities, State Islamic University of Syarif, Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Mr. Syaiful Umam, PhD, the time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, all participants, and also good morning to Pak Bob, and also the audience or the participant in the US, and also good afternoon, maybe, I don't know, for some of you who may be in some other part in the Middle East or in Europe. It's a great time for us to have the three speakers at this time in the third international conference, Studia International Conference, which with the big theme of Wasathiyah Islam, tradition and challenges. This time is a second panel, which invite the three speakers and will discuss on accommodation for Islamic Wasathiyah and local culture meetings. It's already around us here. Professor Imtiaz Yusuf, Professor Bob Hefner, and also Professor Amelia Fauzia. Before we start, as some of you may join this afternoon discussion. Afternoon, I mean in Indonesian time, of course, but maybe early morning in the US. In the first session of this conference, we discussed about the roots of Wasathiyah, and we knew that this term, especially the moderate Islam, is contested still, I think. From Professor Najib Burhani, we learned that at least there's so many tafsir, so many understanding or interpretation among the mufassir when they translate the term ummatan wasaton, whether it's let's say the moderate, the middle communities, the just communities, or the best communities, or the leaders communities, or the ummah. And at this time also we learned that in Western countries, for example, to be regarded as moderate Muslim, certainly different from what we understand now in Indonesia, whereas especially when we follow the, let's say, the government program of moderasi beragama, then it tend to let's say, to exclude what is called the liberal Muslim. While in the US, it's you cannot be a moderate Muslim without liberal. So that's this is a very contested term. But at this time, we will not discuss about the definition, but maybe from the three speakers, I think we will learn, well, we will listen to, let's say, the maybe the practices or the legacies of Wasathiyah Islam in Southeast Asia in general, especially in Indonesia. And I think I will take the definition of Professor Azra when he started, when we, let's say, when he delivered a talk at the beginning, that what we mean by the Wasathiyah Islam has three very distinct characteristics. The first are following the Ash'ari in theology, and also follow the Shafi'i in fiqh, and also Ghazalian Sufism. So that's the categories or the characteristic of Wasathiyah Muslim or Wasathiyah Islam, according to Professor Azra. And this time, with the, let's say, with the title of Accommodation for Islamic Wasathiyah and Local Culture Meeting, we expect to listen to the scholars, from the three professors, how the practices, or how the legacies, I don't know whether it because of Wasathiyah Islam, and because the Islam that came to Southeast Asia was the Wasathiyah Islam, and then so it became, let's say, adopted by majority of Southeast Asian, or after encounter with local culture and Islam in Southeast Asia became Wasathiyah. So that's two different things that I don't know whether the speaker will explain about that. But without further ado, I will introduce first the three speakers before I will give the chance for the three speakers to speak. I will introduce first, although most of you are familiar with these three figures, with the three scholars, but it is my duty, I think, that part of the duty of a moderator to introduce the speakers. So first we have Dr. Imtiaz Yusuf. He's an associate professor and deputy dean for student development and community engagement, and also coordinator Islam and Buddhism program at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization. We usually call ISTAC, which is part of the IIUM, I think, International Islamic University of Malaysia. Dr. Yusuf was formerly senior fellow at the Al-Walid Center for Muslim Christian Understanding at Georgetown University. He is also the former director of the Center for Buddhist Muslim Understanding in the College of Religious Studies at Mahidol University in Thailand. He specialized in religion with a focus on Islam in Thailand and Southeast Asia, and also Muslim-Buddhist dialogue. Dr. Yusuf has contributed to the Oxford Encyclopedia of Islamic Word, Oxford Dictionary of Islam, Encyclopedia of Quran, and some others work. His most recent publication, among his most recent publication, are Multiculturalism in Asia, Peace and Harmony. So this is in 2018. And the Nabi Rasul in Arabic and Semitic religious tradition, Quranic monotheism, Prophet Muhammad, and the shaping of Muslim worldview. So this is a short biography of Professor Imtiaz Yusuf. Next, I will introduce Pak Bob, Professor Robert Hefner. He's a professor of anthropology and former director of the Institute on Culture, Religion, and World Affairs, Kura, at Boston University. He's also former president of the Association of Asian Studies, AAS. At Kura, he directed the program on Islam and civil society since 1991, coordinated interdisciplinary research and public policy programs on religion, pluralism, and world affairs. And he is currently involved in two research projects, two big research. I don't know whether it's still ongoing because I got this from website. The New Western Plurality and Civil Coexistence, Muslim Catholics and Secularists in North America and Western Europe. And the second project is Sharia Transition, Islamic Law and Ethical Plurality in the Contemporary World. Professor Hefner has directed 19 research projects and organized 18 international conferences and authored or edited 19 books. So his works has a huge. As far as I know, he finished his BA in 1974 and MA in 75 and PhD in 82. All of them he did it at the University of Michigan. So he graduated from one university from BA to PhD. The last scholar is Professor Amelia Fauzia. She is a professor and the chair of the MA program of Islamic History and Culture at the Faculty of Adab and Humanities, the Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University. She is also the director of the Social Trust Fund of the university, of the same university. Her research interest is related to contemporary issues of Islam in Indonesia, especially on Islamic philanthropy. She was the director of the Center for the Study of Religion and Culture, CSRC, in 2009-2010. She has also a long-time collaborative research with the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science of University of New South Wales in Australia. And I think she's still a fellow there with Professor Minako Sakai. She was a fellow at the Asia Research Institute, National University of Singapore. She finished her PhD in Indonesian History and Islamic Studies from University of Melbourne, Australia. And her dissertation, I think, was published into a book which called Faith and the State, the History of Islamic Philanthropy in Indonesia. She got her MA from Leiden University. Of course, she still has a lot of activities. I don't have to read now because it will take a long time, especially when we read all the article or journal or book chapter. I will give the opportunity to Professor Imtiaz Yusuf first, and then and after that to Professor Hefner, and the last. Initially, I planned to give Professor Amelia in the middle, but then she asked me to let's say to make her as the last speaker. So I will follow her request then. All of you, I think, will have 15 to 20-minute presentation. And after that, we will follow with the question and answer. And for all the participants, if you have a question, you can write on the QA instead of chat. So I suggest you to write on the QA question and answer instead of chat. So you can say hi to your friend or your colleague in chat, but if you have question in regard to this presentation, then please write on QA. Okay, Professor Imtiaz, now time is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Saiful Umam. Thank you for inviting me to this important conference. I am also happy to be here on the distinguished panel with Bob and Professor Amelia. And also I heard in the morning session, in the afternoon session before this. So let me talk about, let me start my screen and then my PowerPoint presentation. And then let me know if you can see, you see it?
Yes, yes, but
okay.
It's still in the process of,
okay.
Yeah, now it's.
Let me move it into slide mode. See. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much once again to Papa Azra and the PPI team for inviting me to talk about accommodation of Islamic Wasathiyah and local cultural meanings. Let me start with one anecdote. Once I arrived from Germany to Jakarta at the airport, I was in a long queue at the immigration, and I was talking to someone. And I don't know who he was, but we were talking about Islam and several other things. And he told me, "Oh, you are a moderate Muslim." I said, "What?" "I am a moderate Muslim." I said, "Don't box me, please." So the whole idea of being a moderate Muslim has become like a political thing after 9/11. But that is why everybody is trying to define or justify themselves, whether I'm a liberal or a modern or an extremist, you know. In my perspective, I say it like this as a Muslim, from the faith point of view, that Bin Laden is a Muslim and I'm a Muslim too. So, you know, don't categorize, not box the people as they are, we see ourselves differently, internally speaking. Okay, so the whole idea of Wasathiyah, as everybody knows in the Quran, is وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونُ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ شَهِيدًا. It is basically saying that the Muslims should be a middle community, a just community, and they should be witnessed over the people. That means the people should see at their activities and their behavior, and then define them as being more the middle nation. And Prophet also is a witness over their behavior. So Muslim behavior becomes the important definition of defining, important feature of defining who is or who is not a moderate Muslim. But these days the issue has become even more interesting because it has taken several dimensions. So my presentation is going to be kind of global and also local, because I'm not a Southeast Asian. I'm born in Africa, but I've been living in Southeast Asia for the last 32 years, 30 years in Thailand and now 2 years in Malaysia. So when I look here at the map of Southeast Asia, it is full of water. And Islam in Southeast Asia, as Bob and everybody knows, is always defined as moderate. And I witnessed to it as coming from an outside and living here among the Southeast Asian Muslims in Thailand, in southern Thailand, as well as in upper Thailand, and in meeting spending 3 times and 3 months in Gajah Mada, and in visiting Indonesia several times. I wish I was in Indonesia this time. I miss makan Indonesia, makan Padang very much, and but that cannot be avoided. That has to be avoided. So, and also in Malaysia. So there's a variety, you know, of moderateness as we go along Southeast Asia. When we look at the Muslim region here in Southeast Asia, in fact, it's also the other religions here, Christianity and Buddhism, are also as moderate as Islam is. So we are all on a different train here when we come to Southeast Asia. And when we look at the ASEAN group of nations, there are 3 Muslim countries. That is Indonesia, the largest Muslim country in the world, followed by Malaysia and Brunei. The rest of them in the ASEAN nations, the rest of them are Buddhist countries. And only one of them is a Christian country, Christian majority or Catholic majority country, Philippines, where I've also spent time, 3 months teaching at University Santo Tomas. So going further, so as I said, the word Wasathiyah, theologically speaking, I define it as not a middle nation, but middle people. And I already recited this verse of the Quran that the Muslims are supposed to be the people of the middle way. And the word has been translated in English translations either as a community of a middle way, or just a balanced community, or a middle nation. It means that the Muslims should avoid both the extremes of right and left, and become follow the middle way or middle path, which is the path of moderation, the path of guidance based on the guidance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in private and in public life. Muhammad Asad defines it as a community of the middle way and middle community that keeps a balance. Mizan is very important. The concept of Mizan in the Quran is tied with the concept of Wasathiyah. And what we are facing these days, this pandemic itself, is the result of not being wasat. Means the whole humanity is not observing Wasathiyah, moderation. We have in our Anthropocene worldview, and even like when in the Davos conference of 219, the natural historian Sir Richard Attenborough said that the Garden of Eden is no more. Rather, it is that Wasathiyah is not only applicable to Muslims, but to whole of humanity. And climate crisis, we started with climate crisis and global warming. And now, in my view, the pandemic itself is also the result of not observing the moderate way in relation to environment and into nature. So Wasathiyah, or the Wasat way, the moderation way, is what the Quran exhorts the Muslims not to place too great emphasis on the physical and the material aspects of life, but to balance between spiritual and the material dimension of life. I'm not going to read the whole slide, but just make comment on that. So, and it also has the interreligious and interreligious dimension. Ummatan wasatan is important for Muslims to have cordial relations within themselves, among themselves, and also in relation to other communities, to the people of other religions, which I will come in a minute. So that because religious diversity is natural from the perspective of the Quran. Which in the Quran it says, if Allah wanted, He could have made us all into a single community, but He wanted it otherwise, and by means of which we are expected to compete with one another in doing goods. Now, doing good, the concept in the Quran of fastabiqul khairat, of competing to do good, is again tied with what I said of Wasathiyah and Mizan. So religious differences should not be seen as differences of conflict, but rather differences to build good community or common good, or what comes in political philosophy of Rousseau, the concept of common good and for common social good. So the concept is not limited only to the Muslims, but also it has other dimensions at the same time. And the Quran goes on also to define that people of other faiths, the Jews, the Christians, the Sabians, all who believe in good and God and the last day and do the righteous deeds shall have the reward. So, and there shall be no coercion in the matters of faith. La ikraha fi din. So this concept is also there when we come from the Quran. So religious and cultural diversity is natural, and human beings should compete to do good. And we see the early application of the concept of Wasathiyah right during the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he was in the city of Medina, and he he made the Mithaq al-Madina, or what is known as the Constitution of Medina, which was a local application of the Quranic ayat concept of Wasathiyah, in which the Mithaq, the Constitution of Medina, was an agreement between the Muslims and the non-Muslims, the polytheists and the Christians and the Jews of the community in Medina. So it was already being applied. It had a local dimension. That's what I want to stress here. So communal differences should foster mutual understanding between different members of community. And we see also its application, moderation's application in Sulh Hudaybiyah, where the Quraysh tribe said that the Muslims could not come to Makkah for next 10 years. And that was again the local custom, and it was accepted by Prophet Muhammad, and we see its application there. And in relation also to the Christians, the Christians of Najran and the Christians of the St. Catherine in Egypt, especially in relation to the Christians of Najran, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ himself hosted them, dialogued with them, and though they differed, they did not agree on the concept, did not accept to Islam. He did not deny them hospitality. Rather, they were allowed even to pray in their own mosque, but in the Prophet's mosque. But this will not happen today. So the word concept of the Ummatan Wasatan has a more broader meaning than as we understand it in these days. It is the middle way, as I say, and the Muslims are expected to be the people of the middle people. Excuse me, just a minute. So there's no place for racism in Islam, And in his last sermon, khutbah, the Prophet Muhammad said, all humankind is from Adam and Eve, and an Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab, and a non-Arab has no superiority over an Arab, or white over black, or black over white. What counts is taqwa and good action. So we see that already the principle of Wasathiyah is now, as I've been explaining, has many dimensions, and it is also related with the racial dimension, and which is an issue these days all over the world, as we see racism being practiced is in the part of nationalism, and also religious nationalism, which is emerging, the new form of religious nationalism, which is creating havoc all around the world. Today we have religious nationalists who are Muslims, who are Hindus, who are Buddhists, who are Christians, and so we are really losing the middle way. And then furthermore, the characteristic of Ummatan Wasatan is that in the Quranic perspective is kindness to parents, not killing of their children, no infanticide, and refraining from shameful acts, and to engage in war only for defense, treat the orphan well, so it has a social dimension, speaking kindly, and recognizing the role of women in Islam, which Prophet Muhammad emphasized a lot, and as we hear it again and again, the issue on the status of women in Islam is a constant problem and a challenge for the Muslim community of today. How do we treat the women folk? And finally, fulfilling the covenant with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Quranic concept of Ummatan Wasatan, as I say, has been applied to the local dimension, to the local cultures, right from the time of the Prophet, and it is a position of avoiding extremism and even conservatism, or the debate between Qawm Tuwa and Qawm Muda, which has been taking place in Southeast Asia and also elsewhere. And it was applied as Islam spread out of Arabia during the period of the caliphs, as referred to by Professor Riddle this afternoon, and also in the Umayyad period and the Abbasid period, and in Andalusia, the Mughals, and in India, and the Safavids in Persia, and the Ottoman dynasties. So the local application of Wasathiyah has a long historical tradition in Islam, and it is a part of the cumulative history of Islam, or as it spread out, and it existed from early times until today. It is also an educational principle. It has to be a political principle, and also a principle for the development of Islamic culture and civilization. So the idea of Wasathiyah has been applied in the history of Islam on the world stage. What Marshall Hodgson talks about, the Islamic tradition, the 3-volume of Hodgson's book is an example. The Venture of Islam. It gives you the when we read it, we see how the history of Islam is a witness to all that, and also the Cambridge History of Islam, especially the volume number 5 on Southeast Asia, edited by Bob Hefner, volume 5. If I don't miss the number, does it correct one? All right. So again, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونَ شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ. This is basically the theological understanding or principle of Wasathiyah. Now, when I look at the Muslim world, I divide the Muslim world and it's meeting with local cultures in these 7 zones. First is the Arab Middle East, where there is the Arab understanding and the Arab culture, meeting of Quran and the Arab culture. Then Quran and with the Persian culture, Turkish, Kurdish, and Afghanistan cultures. So you can see, like even in Afghanistan, though the Taliban are back, but though it is not going to be an Islamic state, because for the Taliban, the Jirga is very important. The local Pashtunwali law is important. Then, the Quran, when it comes to their relationship in their society. In Africa also, when we look at North Africa, and the Maghreb, West Africa, East Africa, where I come from, where there is East Africa is also has a dimension. So it is applied across the Muslim Ummah. In Central Asia, in China, again, you have the difference between the Hui and the Uyghur applying Islam to their local culture. Sachiko Murata has written a lot on the Chinese Islam in China. Then when we look at Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, another different dimension of Islamic civilization and Wasathiyah being applied to local culture. Right here in the Nusantara, again, we see it applied to the Adat, the local Adat, the history, the role of the Adat in the tradition, the role of the Javanese culture, the role of the Balinese culture, the role of the Sumatran culture. All these play an important role in defining the role of Islam and its meeting with the local cultures. In Southern Europe, in the Balkan region, in Bosnia, Kosovo, Albania, and also now it is also being applied in the Muslim diaspora in Europe and North America and the United Kingdom, where the Muslims are having a tough time, and there is the rise of Islamophobia, about which several books are there, and the issue of the Muslims in France, the Muslims in Germany, the Muslims in the UK, and all these issues are there, where the meeting between Islam and local culture. So I'm saying this is my global perspective on how Islam, the Wasathiyah interacts and relates with the local cultures around the world. Now, coming to study of religion, Muslims also studied other religion when we talk about application of it to local cultures, like Al-Biruni's study of India, Kitab al-Hind. He spent 12 years in India, learned the Sanskrit language, and wrote about the Hindus, the Hindu religion. And for me, more interesting is the book of Asharastani on Ara al-Hind and his treatment of Buddhism. And also the work by Rashiddin al-Hamdani, the Persian statement in his book Jami al-Tawarik, when he writes about the Buddhists and Buddhism for Muslim, I would call it Buddhism for Muslim dummies. His book Jami al-Tawarik is a very interesting work on Buddhism. So Muslims started working also in the field of comparative religion right early in the 11th and the 13th century, when they encountered other religions apart from Christianity and Judaism, which they had already encountered in the Middle East or in Arabia. And this is a portrait from Jamia Tawarik, where you can see the Buddha, not Gautama Buddha or Siddhartha Gautama, in an Arab garb, in an Oriental garb, just before he was enlightened. So these are the portraits by Muslims, by a Muslim in relation to Buddhism. Then Hafiz Abru, also a Persian historian in Central Asia, also wrote his book Majma al-Tawarik, in which for the Mongol king, and he also discusses about Buddhism. and then the story of the birth of the Buddha. So you see, what I'm trying to get at is that Islam has encountered and related with other religions, other societies, and the concept of Wasathiyah and local cultures has always been taking place and continues to take place. These are the portrait paintings which are there in the book of Hafiz Abru, of the Buddha's enlightenment, the Buddha's entering into parinirvana on this side, and his disciples sitting next to him. So this is a more closer picture. The Buddha is here lying down there. He has entered into parinirvana and his disciples are around him. So this is also an example of meeting with local culture and writing about the local culture of Buddhism in Persian, in Arabic, in Urdu, in Swahili, in Bahasa Indonesia, and all the languages which the Muslims speak. In fact, it leads to the flowering of, so before I go further, Muhammad Iqbal writes, in modern age, Muhammad Iqbal writes a poem called Nanak, in which he praises the Buddha. So again, in India, even in the modern period, he has another poem, The Teachings of Gautama. And this is where he talks very highly of the message of the teaching of Gautama Buddha. So what I'm trying to say here is that Islam's encounter with local culture led to the flowering of the Persian tradition, the Urdu Hindustani tradition, the Swahili tradition of East Africa, the Hausa tradition of West Africa, the Maghribi tradition, and several other traditions. And all of them are the witness to the Wasathiyah tradition, application of the Wasathiyah principle in the history of Islam and Muslim interaction with other religions and also with people of other community. Now, when we come to Southeast Asia, this is my reading, but I work a lot on Islam and Buddhism. So 25% of the Muslims live here in Southeast Asia, and 38% of Buddhists live here in Southeast Asia. So 42% of Muslims, 40% of Buddhists, and 15% of Christians are living in this whole region of what we in Malay language, Indo-Malay language, Bahasa Indonesia, or Melayu language would call Nusantara. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here that when we look at the Southeast Asian history, and I'm focusing on that, and which has been described, the meeting between Islam and the local cultures since the time of Wali Songo is called mystic synthesis, the word by Wycliffe's, So this is the Wasathiyah phase. And you can see in the scholarship of Professor Aziumardi Azra, Khalis Majid, Guzdur, Abdullah Munshi was mentioned by Professor Riddle before, Nick Abdul Aziz in Kelantan, Osman Bakar, Shamsul Abri, Surin Pitsuan in Thailand, and Zoidmund Wycliffe's and Clifford Geertz and several others. So the three Southeast Asian countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei are Muslim majority, while the rest, as I said, are Buddhist countries, and Philippines is a Christian country. So Hinduism and Islam were established in Southeast Asia. So when Islam comes here, it basically interacts with the local Shiva Buddhism. And this interaction between Islam and Buddhism in Southeast Asia, which most of the people don't pay attention to, is the 900 years of history. Unfortunately, there are not many scholars who study about Buddhism here in Southeast Asia, while when Islam and Buddhism are the two main religions of Southeast Asia, and there is the residue of that in Muslim culture here. So if Southeast Asia is Sarambi Makkah, then it is for me, in my view, the Medina and the Al-Azhar of Buddhism, Southeast Asia, Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, they are the intellectual centers of Buddhism, because Buddhism is no more in India, and Muslims of Southeast Asia are interacting in this part of Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, there's not much dialogue or interaction between these two religions. So yet, when you look at the language, the words agama, Hari Raya, Puasa, Dharma, Sri Vijaya, Gaja, Satriya, so many words, Kuda, all these are Sanskrit words, but we take them to mean as if they are, Islamic meaning. many people don't understand the Sanskrit and the Pali roots of this word. Even when I was in Gajah Mada for 3 months, and I watched a funeral procession in Yogyakarta, and I anthropologically, when I looked at it, in front there was a young boy carrying a bowl of flowers, and then behind him was the corpse. It was same thing like in a Hindu or a Buddhist tradition, where in front would be the son carrying the fire, the urn, the coal. So there's a lot of anthropological also residue of which when Islam came here, and they transformed the local culture or Islamize it. And again, as I said, in many words which we use here in Southeast Asia. Now, it is very interesting. For me, the concept of Wasathiyah has an important policy implications. And I wish the ASEAN community pays attention to this, that Wasathiyah in Islam, Wasathiyah, quote unquote, Wasathiyah in Christianity, and Wasathiyah in Buddhism could be a principle for the building of what ASEAN community is all about, and their charter to build the ASEAN socio-cultural community, which they, according to the ASEAN community of a group of nations, is to build a socio-cultural community where this socio-cultural community, which is people-oriented, there is social responsibility, and there is common identity. So it has, nobody has looked at this dimension of the concept of Wasathiyah, or interreligious dimension of taking the similar concept of Kanti or tolerance in Buddhism, and the concept and the social teachings of the Catholic Church, can be a meeting ground for public policy building, or building of the institution, or the format of what is known as the ASEAN socio-cultural community. And this ASEAN socio-cultural community is supposed to be about human development, social welfare, social justice, and building an ASEAN identity. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic and the political instabilities in the region, this is always being skirted off. I'll not go much more on this. Let me give some, before I end, let me give some illustrations of the accommodation of Wasathiyah in local cultural meetings. Here is the page of the Quran. I think I took it from the Masjid Istiqlal. And you can see the calligraphy. Quran, though the Quranic Arabic is, Surah Fatiha is in the middle, the design around it, the calligraphy around it is very, very local. It's very, very Indonesian. It's floral, it's vegetarian, it is flora. It's very floral. And you won't find this kind of a calligraphy in a Quranic text, which would be published elsewhere. When you look at the mosque, I don't need to go in this, but all of you know the mosque architecture in Demak, and also the Chinese influence in Indonesia on the masjid. This masjid of Kudus is very interesting, where the temple, the Buddhist temple, the Hindu temple, and the mosque are next to each other. But unfortunately, these days there are tensions, and that moderation, which has been there historically, is being ignored. Same with the masjid in Surabaya, which I visited here. You have the Chinese. It looks like, if you show this to people, they think it's a Chinese temple. Even in the modern architecture, the Masjid Raya Sumatra, the architecture, you can see the local culture. The masjid looks very, very local. Nobody would say this is a masjid if somebody comes from the Middle East, and they'll think it's just a museum building, but actually it is a masjid. And it is the local architecture which is being applied. The local symbol is applied to the masjid structure. And this is a very beautiful aerial photo of the masjid in Surabaya. Now, this is another very interesting. Nobody would say that this is a masjid. This is a 400-year-old masjid by Tur Rahman. Actually, it's called Masjid Talokapo in southern Thailand, in the province of Narathiwat. It does not look like a masjid. It has a Thai roof, which looks like a temple of Thai temple roof. It has a Chinese balcony, and the bottom is the wooden part, which is the prayer hall. And in this whole construction, there is not even a single nail. It is all made of wood. And well, I visited this mosque, and nobody would say that it looks like a mosque. So here are the local adoption of Islam being adopted and adapted locally. Same here with this modern masjid of Putrajaya in Kuala Lumpur. The dome is again floral. The dome itself does not look like a Middle Eastern dome, though it is a dome and it is a minaret, but the painting on it is very, very local. The masjid in Brunei, again, you see the water and you see the boat and the mosque behind. So this is how Islam has adopted, engaged, and adopted and also imbibed the local culture without, giving up the local culture, but at the same time keeping to the tenets of Islam as long as they don't conflict with Tawheed. That is the only issue when the intermix takes place between Islam and the local culture. This is my book, trying to promote my book here, which is published by Menteri Agama Indonesia on Islam and Buddhism, and it has an introduction by the former Minister Luqman Saifuddin, who's going to talk, I think, tomorrow in this conference. It was, sorry, let me go back a little bit. Sorry. Yeah, it was published by Jabatan, by Menteri Agama and Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Kertarajasa in Batu, Malang, where I went and gave some lectures. So there is an interest in Buddhism, and Buddhism, as I said, for me, in my interest of research, is a very important part of Southeast Asia, historically and also currently. So history illustrates, as I said, and I'm repeating here, that Islamic civilization is in continuous interaction with local cultures. It led to the Swahili culture, the Mongol culture, the Hindustani Urdu culture. Today now we hear the news that Urdu is being removed in India by the national religious nationalist ruling in India. They're trying to remove the Hindustani culture or the Ganga Yamuna culture, and also the presence of the Indo-Malay or the Nusantara Islamic thought. So that the intercultural meeting between Islam from Arabia and the Quranic teaching of Wasathiyah, has, right from the time of the Prophet, has left an impact on Islamic civilization, Islamic way of life and thought. And the adoption of Wasathiyah in the area of religion is actually the better solution for challenges facing Islam and Muslims in this part of the world. And it is also an important foundation for intra and inter-religious Muslim dialogue. So in my view, the adoption of Wasathiyah is an urgent need before the volcanoes of violence erupt. Actually, they're already erupting and creating chaos in the Nusantara region. And I think that's why we are talking about importance of Wasathiyah here today. I think this is my last slide here. So in order to make Wasathiyah operative in Southeast Asia, there is a need to move away, in my view. Even despite living here and having my children are Thai, there's a need to move away from ethno-religious understanding of the universal away from the ethno-religious towards a more universal understanding of Islam in the region. For Islam is the foundation of global and cosmopolitan civilization. And Islamic civilization started to flounder, or it always flounders and stumbles when it abandons the Wasathiyah practice from religious practice and education. It is time to revive Wasathiyah, because for me, it does not mean compromise. It is wrong to understand that Wasathiyah means compromising. Rather, it means religio-cultural confidence. Let me show some few photos of what kind of work I do, and I continue to do within Islam and Buddhism, is bringing the religious leaders from both the communities to meet together. Here is a Malaysian lady. She was the director of PPIM and an Indonesian monk at a conference I organized on Islam and Buddhism in Thailand. And these are my students. When I was in Thailand, I used to teach at a Buddhist university, and all of them, they're studying Islam with me. I used to teach one course, and they are from Myanmar and Cambodia, Sri Lanka, China, And they had so many fears about Islam in their first class. But this is at the end of the semester, and you can see their smiling faces. So what I'm trying to say that, yes, there is a need for engaging locally, and the principle of Wasathiyah can be an important way to go about. This is the last picture. Again, both of the monks here were my students. The one who on my left is a senior monk, a Vipassana teacher in Thailand, and in the middle is an imam of an important mosque in Bangkok. So let me end here. Thank you very much, and I look forward to questions and answers later. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Imtiaz Yusuf, for enlightening presentation. I was about to remind you that it's already past the 20 minutes. It's a 30 minutes, but then
sorry,
it's so interesting that I don't feel comfortable to remind you.
Sorry about that.
No problem, but yeah, the participant of this conference certainly have a number of questions. We learned from you that, from Professor Imtiaz, that Wasathiyah is the substance of Islam, and due to Wasathiyah, then it can absorb by different communities. The encounter of Islam, the encounter of Islam with the local culture, of course, resulted different phases of Islam in different countries. But all Islam, basically, according to you, at least, are Wasathiyah in the principle. Okay, so we move to next speaker. We'll invite Professor Bob Hefner to present his presentation. Pak Bob, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me begin can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Let me begin my remarks today by expressing my thanks, my dear thanks to Professor Dr. Azumade Azra and Professor Shaiful Umam, as well as all of my dear friends, longstanding friends at the Center for the Study of Islam and Society, PPIM, for inviting me to this important and timely event in Indonesia. I also want to express my greetings and my thanks for being able to participate with two other dear friends and great scholars, Professor Imtiaz Yusuf and, of course, Professor Amelia Fauzi, both great scholars whom I hold in high esteem, and it's a great pleasure to join you today. As we're all well aware, the topic of Islam Wasathiyah, and as Pak Shaiful said some moments ago, is a subject of extensive discussion these days. I can think of few institutional loci, however, more appropriate to address the concept than the PPIM and the Hidayatullah State Islamic University. Both institutions, the PPIM and the Hidayatullah University, have trained two generations of Muslim students in an essential feature of Islamic ethics and civility and inclusivity of the sort that we associate with Islam Wasathiyah. Namely, they have taught students the importance of bringing the sciences of revelation into dialogue with the sciences of the world. That's going to be a sub-theme of my remarks today. As Tariq Ramadan, the great Tariq Ramadan, noted in his 2009 book on radical reform, Islamic ethics and liberation, such an epistemological accomplishment, linking the sciences of revelation to the sciences of the world, must be at the heart of any effort to empower Muslims to address the challenges of living in a modern world in an ummatan wasatun manner. Here in Indonesia, the PPIM and the Hidayatullah State Islamic University have not only, if I may use the expression, talked the talk, but walked the walk of Islam Wasathiyah, competing in doing good works, again, in the spirit of bringing the sciences of the world into dialogue with the sciences of revelation. Now, I've studied and worked in Indonesia now, I'm almost surprised to say and remember, for some 40 years. And that research has made me all the more appreciative of the topic we are talking about today, namely the accommodation of Islam Wasathiyah with local cultural meetings and resources. Indeed, the title of my paper, which I apologize for not putting up, is Local Cultural Resource for an Islamic Ethics of Balance and Moderation in Doing Good in Contemporary Indonesia. So I'm taking a somewhat more sociological approach rather than scriptural or textual alone. Against this research backdrop, my research backdrop of the past 40 years, let me say simply that in my view, Indonesia offers a wealth of social resources for inclusivity and Muslim civility of a Wasathiyah nature. However, my answer to the question as to these local resources will also take gentle exception to one of the more familiar, but I think incomplete explanations as to why Islam Wasathiyah has sunk such deep roots into Indonesia's social soils. Now, what I'm referring to, the perspective that I want to take partial exception to, is the claim that Indonesia is somehow different. Islam in Indonesia is somehow different from that in the Arab Middle East or the countries of the MENA, Middle East and North Africa region, because Islamic ethics and culture in Indonesia have long been more tolerant than other regions. I do believe that Indonesia has rich cultural precedents for balance, moderation, and tolerance. But I fear that stated so simply, that simply Indonesian Islam is more tolerant than the Arab Middle East, leads to two very, very mistaken perceptions and reinforces, I might add, certain Western biases against Islam in general, but in particular against Middle Eastern Muslims. How so? First, the generalization about Indonesia being more tolerant than the Arab Middle East is too essentializing with regards to Muslim majority nations like Morocco, Tunisia, or Turkey. All of these countries have historically created some of the most enduringly plural and inclusive Wasathiyah societies that were much more tolerant and inclusive than were their counterparts in medieval and early modern Western Europe, a part of the world which was not at all renowned for a history of tolerance or of the accommodation of diversity. Second, this Indonesia Islam is tolerant claim overlooks the fact that in Indonesia, as in most of the modern world, including the countries of the West, one of the main challenges to moderation and civic harmony doesn't come from religion in a scriptural sense. Scripture is deeply important. It is the foundation of religion. But the challenges to that Wasathiyah moderation come not from scripture, but from the varied ways in which political movements and state elites have harnessed religion to the task of nation making, whether we're talking about Western Europe or whether we're talking about Southeast Asia, whether we're talking about Christian, Hindu, or Muslim majority societies. Professor Imtiaz moments ago provided a very fine example of that, of the way in which Hinduism linked in a contemporary religious nationalist way to the projects of nation state making can have very, very deleterious effects on the practice of Hinduism. In Indonesia, we know that the bitter aliran competition, what is referred to as the aliran competition of the 1950s and early 1960s, pitted a rivalry between Muslim-based parties on one hand and secular socialists and the Communist Party against the other. This resulting competition to harness religion and ethics to the state in a very immoderate way, strained Indonesian traditions of moderation and good works, because the competition, and not because of scripture, but because the competition unfolded in a climate of desperate economic decline, the late 1950s, and winner-take-all mobilization, or non-Wasathiyah practice of politics on all sides. Seen from this historical perspective, what stands out about Indonesian Islam then is not that Indonesian Muslims have always been moderate. No people in the world has always been moderate, because the circumstances of disturbance and turmoil are varied, and they do not primarily or exclusively have to do with religion, least of all in the scriptural sense. What's remarkable about Indonesia and what testifies to the greatness and Wasathiyah civility of the Muslim community in Indonesia is Not that it has always been uniformly moderate, but that it has weathered a series of economic and national crises like those of the 1950s and 1960s. It weathered those crises to emerge in the 1970s and 1980s with what was a proudly nationalist and yes, Wasathiyah vision, one that was intact and stronger than ever. This overcoming of the severe political and economic challenges of the 1950s and 1960s is the truest testimony to Indonesia's greatness and the greatness of Islam Wasathiyah in Indonesia. And it's this exceptional history of recovery, of Wasathiyah balance about which I want, and good works about which I want to talk today. I want to try to explain, how is this so? How is it so that a country that experienced the severe economic decline of the 1950s and early 1960s and the political turmoil of that period recovered to create the greatest state Islamic university system in the world and to create mass social organizations that compete, like Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama, that compete in doing good works? I'm going to link that achievement, this achievement, recovery of an Islam Wasathiyah, to three variables, the first of which is the remarkable and often overlooked history of Islamic education and schooling in Indonesia. Now, what do I mean by this? The feature that most distinguishes the history of Islamic schooling in the Nusantara region from that in the core areas of the Muslim Middle East has to do with the relatively late arrival in the Indonesian archipelago of an institutional equivalent of the classical Middle Eastern madrasas. Madrasas in their Middle Eastern sense arrived very late in the Indonesian region. As we all know, in its prototypical Middle Eastern form, the madrasa can be defined as a college for intermediate and advanced instruction in the Islamic sciences in general, and the madhab-based Islamic jurisprudence, or fiqh in particular. In the Middle East, the first madrasa appeared, we have to remember, not during the time of the Prophet, but in the 10th century, about 2.5 centuries after the Prophet Muhammad's period in Medina. By the 12th century, however, just 2 centuries after its development, the madrasa had become, and I quote Jonathan Berkey here, had become perhaps the most characteristic religious institution of the medieval Near Eastern urban landscape. The rise of the madrasa in Middle Eastern Islam facilitated what Berkey called, and I quote him here again, a recentering and homogenization of Islamic knowledge and authority, at least relative to what it had earlier been, particularly with regards to law. The fiqh-focused madrasa, the fiqh-focused madrasa canon also came to occupy a privileged place in elite understandings of Islam. And fiqh came to be regarded as the queen of the Islamic sciences. Now, as Jajat Burhanuddin, Pak Azumardi Azra, Peter Riddell, and other Indonesian scholars of the law of Islam have long demonstrated, during its first centuries, Islamic normativity in Southeast Asia developed a deep and authentically Islamic tradition of knowledge and piety. Right from the beginning, it was Islam. However, what was distinctive about these first centuries of Islam in Southeast Asia is that there were few, if any, Middle Eastern madrasas for training in the Islamic sciences. Trans-regional networks for scriptural Islamic learning, we know, were operative during this period, as Professor Azumardi Azra, Ronit Ricci, Professor Peter Riddell, and others have shown. So there were institutions for the dissemination of deep and authentic Islamic learning. However, the works of theology, grammar, prophetic biography, and moral edification, so influential during the first 3 or even 4 centuries here in Nusantara, looked to saints in the life of the Prophet more than they did the technical details of Islamic jurisprudence as taught in Middle Eastern madrasas, for the simple reason that there was not a well-developed such network of madrasas here in Southeast Asia. Now, as we all know, this changed. In the late 19th century, in fact, beginning at the end of the 18th century, a growing Indonesian interaction with centers of pilgrimage and learning in the Middle East brought about a heightened engagement and study with and study at Middle Eastern madrasas. And with that came a much deeper Indonesian engagement with fiqh or fiqh-centered traditions of learning. From the middle decades of the 19th century onward, the Indonesian equivalent of the Middle Eastern madrasa, which we all know is referred to as the pondok or pondok pesantren, became an increasingly conspicuous and deeply important institution on the Indonesian social landscape. And just as had been the case centuries earlier with the classical madrasa in the Muslim Middle East, the study, and South Asia, of course, the study of the Quran, the Sunnah of the Prophet, and fiqh or fiqh jurisprudence lay at the heart of the pesantren or pondok curriculum. With the expansion of pondok madrasas then, a growing number of Indonesians began to develop a deeper knowledge and commitment to Islamic jurisprudence as integral to an authentic Muslim way of life. Indonesians were Muslims prior to that time, but their depth of engagement with jurisprudence was less than that with other Islamic sciences, not least prophetic biography. But let's take a closer look at what happened next. That is, at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. It's fascinating. And again, it's a trademark of the Indonesian institutionalization of Islam and Islamic learning. That is, no sooner had the new fiqh or fiqh-informed normativity become a point of orientation for graduates of Islamic pesantren here in Nusantara, but that there arose another educational institution, one that was associated with Islamic modernism. What am I referring to here? I'm referring to the Sekolah Islam. Faced with the threat of European colonialism, reform-minded modernists and groups like the Muhammadiyah and others across Indonesia concluded, just as their counterparts had in Egypt, Tunisia, Turkey, and Morocco, that the most effective educational instrument for the safeguarding and progress of the Muslim community was not just the pesantren madrasa with its fiqh-centered curriculum, but the Islamic day school or Sekolah Islam with its hybrid blend of the sciences of revelation along with the sciences of the world. In other words, from the first decades of the 20th century onward, Muslim society in India created an Islamic educational system that blended the sciences of revelation with the sciences of the world, and did so in a way without any or with very little of the controversy that marked such educational innovations in many other parts of the Muslim world. Indonesia's NU, Nahdlatul Ulama, and the traditionalist pesantren networks associated with it, at first were a little bit uncertain about how to respond to these modernist hybrid educational initiatives. They were a bit slower for a simple reason. It was that in the 1930s and even well into the 1940s, most teachers in Indonesian pesantren had not yet had the opportunity to train their own teaching staff in general education subjects, as well as the Islamic sciences. However, with the slow but steady movement of traditionalist scholars into general education in the 1950s and 1960s, this changed, again without controversy, with none of the controversy that we see in so many other parts of the world. So that by the 1950s and 1960s, traditionalist parents and traditionalist ulama were establishing their own hybrid schools where the sciences of the world were studied along with the sciences of revelation, a key characteristic, as Tariq Ramadan says, of Islam Wasathiyah. So that the new Islamic education that emerged in the middle of the 20th century, it wasn't just a matter of blackboards, class levels, gurus education, and a curriculum that included mathematics and history. It did all of these, but a key part, but the new education was part of a broader effort to make Islamic values a force for new understandings and a new practice of maslahah, good in Indonesian society. That is, the development of this hybrid education created the conditions for the possibility of a new understanding of maslahah, one that again drew on the sciences of the world as well as the sciences of revelation to provide Indonesians with the resources to compete in good works consistent with Islam Wasathiyah. So that's the first of the characteristics that I want to note. The second I'll be quicker on, and it has to do, a second characteristic of Islam that undergirds these local resources for Islam Wasathiyah is the simple and often overlooked fact that Islam in Indonesia, Islamic life in Indonesia, is the most associationalized or civil societized in the Muslim world. Now, what do I mean by this? What I mean by this is that the reforms in Islamic education co-evolved with new forms of associational life and welfare activism and new models of citizenship and competing in doing good. What do I mean by this? From a comparative perspective, the most remarkable characteristic of Muslim society in Indonesia is that it is, as I said, the most associationalized in the world. That is, that the Muslim community here in Indonesia has the largest proportion, the greatest number of Muslims associated with modern social welfare associations than anywhere else in the world. And I'm, of course, referring to Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama, but there are many other such Muslim social welfare associations that help to convey and instill a deep sense of maslahah, public good, and competing for the good. Again, the core value at the heart of Islam, Wasathiyah. But what am I talking of? Let me try to concretize this maslahatization through associational life. To take but one example, the Nahdlatul Ulama today, we know, has roughly 70 to 90 million followers, organized in a less formal way than the Muhammadiyah, but a huge community, the largest in the world. Its loosely coordinated membership operates about 50,000 Islamic schools, with the overwhelming portion of the funding provided by the Muslim community itself, as Professor Amelia has brilliantly explored in her book on Islamic charities. This is but one example of just how deeply rooted in society Muslim voluntary associations are, dedicated to a profound competition for the good in accordance with the concept of maslahah. What about the Muhammadiyah? Established in 1912, the reformist Muhammadiyah has a slightly smaller membership than the ANU, but of course it's much more tightly organized in a modernist fashion. But that's not all. Once again, as with Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah competes in producing a maslahah, public good, by operating some 12,000 schools, primary and secondary, 167 institutions of higher learning. The last time I looked, there's perhaps another one or two today, 421 orphanages, 345 polyclinics and hospitals, and of course, a nationwide bank, among many maslahah-oriented institutional and associational initiatives. So what does all this mean? No Muslim majority country in the world has such an extensive array of voluntary educational and social welfare associations as these two Indonesian Muslim associations do. And a remarkable product of this proliferation of voluntary social welfare association is that the activities, here's the key point, the activities help to socialize a maslahah sense of the public good to large numbers of Indonesian Muslims competing in the performance of good works. It's a Wasathiyah sensibility in the sense that it identifies Islamic ethics, not just with this individual piety, and certainly not just with schemes to win in the political arena, but with the practical goals of educating people, curing the sick, educating students, and a word, making social institutions more consistent with the maslahah concept of the public good. A curious but no less remarkable consequence of this maslahatization of Muslim education and association is that in Indonesia, unlike many Muslim majority lands, a person with public good knowledge, with knowledge that contributes to the maslahah public good, is typically in Indonesia can be considered an alim or an ulama, something which is sometimes not the case in many other Muslim majority lands. This brings me to my third and final point today, the third characteristic, the third pillar of Islam Wasathiyah in its concrete sociological sense here in Indonesia. And what I'm referring to is the conviction among most, if not all, Indonesian Muslims that the ideas of maslahah, public good, are consistent with the multi-religious and multi-ethnic ideals of Indonesian nationhood. Again, we often take for granted in Indonesian studies, but it's a remarkable achievement when compared to many other societies. We all know, of course, that this conclusion, this acceptance of multi-ethnic and multi-religious nationalism was not uncontested. Muslim leaders like those associated with the Darul Islam, Kartosuwirjo, rejected nationalism outright and launched a violent attack on the young Indonesian nation at the heart of the independence struggle in 1948. Indeed, continuing into the 1950s and early 1960s, struggles over nationhood, citizenship, and Islamic law were at times so fierce that, as I said at the beginning of my remarks today, at times it looked as if Indonesia might lose its Wasathiyah balance and descend into a downward spiral of violence and national disintegration. Again, not because of Islam, but because the way in which certain values were being harnessed to political projects. There's the challenge. There's the challenge that Indonesia had to face and did face and overcome. So that Muslim culture and society re-equilibrated, found their Wasathiyah balance again in the late 1960s and 1970s, and all the more in the 1980s and 1990s. The re-equilibration and renewed commitment to multi-religious nationalism and plural democracy were not the result. I emphasize this because some outside, in particular Western observers, think that the acceptance of multi-religious nationalism and democracy by Indonesian Muslims was somehow imposed on Muslims by the state. Quite the contrary. The transition, the acceptance of these ideas was the result, first and foremost, of cultural and educational shifts long underway in Muslim Indonesian society, some of which I've already discussed. But as Mashkuri Abdullah, for example, showed in his work on Indonesian Muslim intellectuals in the late 1990s, Indonesian Muslim educators did not just embrace the ideals of democracy, human rights, and constitutionalism. They gave them deeper ethical resonance and popular appeal by adapting them to an Indonesian and Islamic context and showing the roots of democracy and citizenship in Islam itself. As Professor Ubaidullah and his colleagues at the UIN, Hidayatullah, have demonstrated in their textbooks, remarkable textbooks on civic education in Indonesia. Since the early years of the Reformasi period in post-Suharto Indonesia, Indonesian Muslim educators have not merely supported democracy, they've led the way in the formulation of reform-minded curricular materials on Islam and democracy, used across Indonesia. Specialists of Islamic education and democratic reform in other areas of the Muslim majority world have long emphasized the critical role played by teacher training and curricular reform in Islamic higher educational efforts to promote democracy and plural citizenship. Viewed from this comparative perspective, what's remarkable about Indonesia is that no country has implemented a bolder or more comprehensive program of Islam formulated civic education than has Indonesia. It's a remarkable achievement, and it was one of the keys that allowed Indonesia to return to democracy after 1998 and implement all the more beautifully its tradition of Islam Wasathiyah. There was my final concluding remarks. The conclusion to my remarks today is that Indonesia has demonstrated that a Muslim majority country characterized by great ethno-linguistic and religious diversity can best advance and best realize the goals, the principles, the values of Wasathiyah Islam, not by imitating other countries, least of all Western democracies with all their problems. Instead, those values, the values of Islam Wasathiyah, are best realized by grounding the institutions of modern education, modern civic association, and political economic development in a local cultural and ethical heritage, just as Muslim Indonesians have done. In achieving such an institutionally grounded practice of Islam Wasathiyah, Indonesia has demonstrated that democracy and citizenship work best when not constructed on a one-size-fits-all, or least of all, a Western liberal manner, but in a manner instead that responds to and builds on the unique historical and moral legacies of the society and the religious traditions in which democratic institutions and modern citizenship are embedded. That Indonesia has done so is a testimony to the depth of realization of Islam Wasathiyah in this great country, and the depth of the greatness, and I say this fully and boldly without hesitation, the greatness of Islamic culture and society in Indonesia. Herein lies the key to Indonesia's remarkable legacy, its return to democracy and multi-religious citizenship by way of a realization of Islam Wasathiyah values. And I would conclude by saying that all this achievement, this remarkable Indonesian achievement, is indeed a rahmati alam, a blessing for the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bob. It's really amazing. And all of your points are very important to note. I couldn't say many things, but one keyword, I think it's maslahah, as you said, which led to the Wasathiyah Islam Indonesia, which is very peculiar and unique compared to the other countries. Although it doesn't mean that, according to you at least, it doesn't mean that the what is called the moderate, or the what is called the moderate Islam is not, it's not only in Indonesia, but it's also in other countries. But the characteristic of Wasathiyah, it's very peculiar in Indonesia. Okay, we move to last presenter, Professor Amelia Fabuzia, and I think I think that she will continue the point of Pak Bob in regard to the what is called the modality or the capital of Indonesia in terms of maslahah, where the two big organizations compete in social and voluntary and also philanthropy activities. Although I see now later that it's not about competition that more important now among the two big organization, especially on the field of philanthropy, but they tend to collaborate and coordinate. I think it's also because of the other, I don't know, maybe there is a other competitor maybe outside the Muhammadiyah and NU, and then so that's why the Muhammadiyah NU now tend to cooperate in terms of the philanthropy, which I suspect that Professor Amelia will discuss further, because this is her expertise on the philanthropy. Professor Amelia, time is yours.
Thanks so much, Pak Saiful. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good evening, everyone. It is an honor for me to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Studia Islamika, that I can be in one panel with the two scholars that I adore, especially Prof. Hefner, that I mostly in my works, I also quote many times, almost all I quote your works, Pak Hefner. So, and I think I learned a lot from both of you, Prof. Imtiaz and Prof. Hefner, and I really thanks that Bob Hefner already mentioned about maslahah and public good. This is what I'm going to talk about. I would like to talk about I don't know, maybe Wasathiyah Islam and how accommodation of and negotiation in Islamic charity. In this talk, I will explore about Wasathiyah, moderation of Islam, and mostly I will, in my research, I specifically actually mention this as inclusive type of Islam by looking at the practice of Islamic charities. I think most of you know about zakat, wakaf, donation among Muslims in Indonesia and beyond. And my talk will focus on the aspect of the Wasathiyah aspect on the respect to outsider. I think it's mentioned by Professor Reader previously. Respect to outsider in this context is non-Muslim. So giving charity to non-Muslims. So I will specifically talk about this case. And we all know that Islamic charity is practiced in various places and times that adapt to regional and local cultural contexts. So this is already creating accommodative tradition. Of course, the way people pay zakat in Indonesia, in Middle East, in Australia, it's somehow different ways. The same zakat, but different way of giving. And then the practice of Islamic charities has strong values of kindness, solidarity that brings toward Wasathiyah. I think this is the point that Professor Hefner mentioned about public good. Philanthropy is doing voluntary work for the public good. That's the definition. But of course, it doesn't immune from challenge. So one small question, could charity become indicator for Wasathiyah Islam? Okay. So the next slide, I'm trying to find out, to give a context actually about Muslim charitable traditions. So to put my explanation later on Wasathiyah. So of course, this practice has been there from the Prophet time to contemporary, and then influenced by social, economic, and political condition. Of course, zakat, for example, in the early times, even in Indonesia, most people are not giving zakat using by cash, but today many people give zakat by cash, not only by rice, staple food, and now even using technology, digital transfer. Even in Nahdlatul Ulama, Pak Bob, they already receive zakat by Bitcoin. This is really advanced. So in Indonesia is among the leading in charity of zakat movement. So the discourses of zakat or wakaf or donation, it is different from one area to another area. In Southeast Asia, mostly zakat has been very important compared to the practice in Middle East, for example. Wakaf has been very advanced. So this is only the small picture about the development of zakat and wakaf in Indonesia, and also the Islamic charity organization in Indonesia. After the Reformation, there has been massive, what I call philanthropization happening on in Indonesia. The question is, from these huge resources on charitable giving, does Islamic charity provide respect, such as giving to non-Muslim? This is the clue whether the clue on the Wasathiyah Islam. The one value of Wasathiyah Islam is respecting others, respecting a non-Muslim group. This is a question. So the next, I will give like a context. Zakat and Islamic charity for ummah or for humanity. So this is a question. I think one of the researcher, Jules Peterson, find out the dilemma of Muslim charity organization. So zakat or charity for the ummah or for humanity. Because most of the time, like also in Indonesia, because of Muslim majority and they mostly not compared to other communities, Muslim are in a poor situation. So the rhetoric for that zakat or charity from Muslim to Muslim is quite high. So this is a challenging, but of course it is very different if we see the context of charity organization in UK, for example, in US. So mostly because of the context, Muslim are living in very diverse, or let's say Western countries. So they are, let's say, the value of Wasathiyah has been quite distinguished there. So among the Wasathiyah Islam value is respect outsider, non-Muslim. So if we see, for example, practice of zakat, most of us know that zakat, there are 8 categories of zakat recipient mentioned in the Quran. But actually, there is no statement that this zakat is only for Muslim. However, the practice that mainly zakat is given for Muslim is quite in many places. I think this is because of the previous history and many Muslim living in majority Muslim countries. So mostly they never think of other non-Muslims. Looking at Indonesia, giving alms, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. So I want to say that Southeast Asian countries are quite leading in practice of zakat, and this is according to Pew Research Center. Indonesia is among the percentage of Indonesian Muslim pay zakat is the highest in the world. That's why I'm looking into zakat. So next slide. I want to stressing that why in the Quran there is no prohibition to give zakat to non-Muslim, but in a fiqh there is like strong statement. Many times they said that zakat is being given only for Muslims. So many organizations, including in the West, like here that I quote from Zakat ORG, posted the question, can zakat be given to non-Muslims? So many times they have a discussion about this. So actually, Islamic charity organization, they pose a kind of dilemma related to fiqh, because the universal principle of charitable giving, it's non-discriminatory. And of course, Islamic teaching, it provides very strong values that giving is for all, right? But however, certain fiqh ada the practice that has been interpreted and brought into certain context, let's say in Indonesia, and then makes the zakat is regarded as only for Muslim. So this is a fiqh orientations. and in a number of Islamic charity organizations, they have different ways of interpretation. So sometimes they play around with the fiqh interpretation, like in Indonesia, for example, for wakaf, cash wakaf, mostly Indonesian follow not Shafi'i. So I think some of organization also using taufiq fiqh, right? So this is what happened to NUN Muhammadiyah. They know about the fiqh tradition, and Muslim quite sensitive if they are told that zakat is for non-Muslim, because of the majority of because in Indonesia some of the majority of Muslims are, let's say, still poor and still need of zakat, but they play with many type of programs, so that makes the practice of charity becomes more wasathiyah, I will say. So next slide. When in Indonesian fiqh, let's say, why when we see Indonesian fiqh, many organization, many fiqh books say that zakah is only for Muslim, and it is not distinctive Indonesian. Here there is a table research to muftis in the Arab countries and compared to non-Arab countries, and you can see there is muftis who oppose zakat giving to non-Muslim, and then some support without any condition, and others support with conditions. Sometimes it's about 50-50. Mufti's reason for allow zakat giving to non-Muslim is actually for the integration of Muslim into non-Islamic environment, for social solidarity, national identity, etc. And this is what happened in Indonesia actually. So if we see, this is the opinion of Mufti. What happened with the Muslim? So survey of long time ago, Center for the Study of Islam, CSRC, we find that actually when we ask a question, giving without discrimination of religious background, you can see there are still people who strongly agree, and then neutral and agree. 71% agree. I think this is quite high. So this is the picture of Indonesia, which means about 50%, more than 50% people still think that giving zakat to non-Muslim or giving zakat regardless of religion is possible. But sometimes when they learn very strict fiqh, this has become a challenge for them. So next I will provide more example of what happened, what has been practiced in Indonesia. Actually, practice of giving alms to non-Muslim in Indonesia has been there. Of course, yeah, unfortunately, we don't have much data in before the 19th century and 19th century too. But at least, like Tommy Pire mentioned in his book, that Muslim gave alms to ascetics. And then also we know the history of PKU Muhammadiyah, penolong kesengsaraan Muhammadiyah, giving assistance without any without discrimination of religion. This is very good example during the colonial period, and also during the 1940s, 1950s. There are a number of foundations declare about giving to anyone without discrimination. So, and then in contemporary time, most organizations, they, when dealing with humanitarian and public donation, mostly they agree that assistance is given to all without discrimination of religion. So only the problem is because it is, they thought the zakat is only for Muslim, but they play like like fiqh. So if they want to give for the donation, give for non-Muslim, for example, they will use sedekah. And the next, I just give examples from the organization of Basnas, Lazismu, and Dopadua. Those are leading Islamic charities in Indonesia. Mostly, they use sedekah to anyone who needs. And then the humanitarian donation, I think, goes to everyone, the victims of, for example, disaster. And Lazismu, I think one of the organizations which are quite advanced in one of its regulations stated that zakat is for anyone who needs. And of course, compared to other organizations, Lazismu quite advanced in having programs in the eastern part of Indonesia and declare and also give donations to Shia, for example, Ahmadi Muslim. However, some organizations allow zakat distribution for non-Muslim, but not making it into public due to sensitiveness, because they are afraid if they declare it, and there are many, criticism, and no one wants to donate through them. Unfortunately, there are some small organizations which are very strict, follow the choice of fiqh interpretation, even though they remain open of using sedekah to anyone who needs without religious discrimination. But some organizations quite strict, and yes, we know some organizations also abuse charity like Kotak Amal to provide for the terrorist organization. But this is only for limited compared to the huge effort of maslah or public good done by Islamic charity organization, including my organization, Social Trust Fund. We had scholarship in Poso and in Papua intended for Muslim students and non-Muslim students or Christian students. This is example from organization, and I know my time is up. In this short time, I want to say that Wasathiyah values or practice has been like created using the teachings of Islam itself, including the fiqh, and also by using cultural tradition, I think mentioned by Prof. Hefner. And it is being sometimes influenced by the local context. So accommodation, negotiation, even contestation has been there. Saiful mentioned about the synergy or collaboration between NU and Muhammadiyah. Yes, they do very good. Now the effort of many organization, charity organization in Indonesia, is they do a kind of collaboration through the association of Zakat called Forum Zakat. So charity is one proof of Wasathiyah Islam. And the majority of Islamic charitable organizations try to be Wasathiyah, including to negotiate the fiqh. However, there are also limited organizations follow strict interpretation, which are maybe for the Western values or secular value is not seen as Wasathiyah. So practice of charity is one way to encourage the Wasathiyah Islam because it's more deal with the daily life. I think compared to the discussion on theology, for example, when dealing with practical Muslim or anyone will be more open mind, and then they will easily help each other. So, and the last is charitable activities have a significant role to play in seeking religious moderation by encouraging the strengthening of human side and religion, that is Rahmatan Alamin, and supporting the strengthening of democracy and civil society. I think civil Islam, which is promote legacy of Pak Bob, I think is philanthropy is very important clue and ways to create the civil Islam. I will stop here. Looking forward for the question if I have much time. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Amel. It's really fascinating that you add more details on the Wasathiyah aspect in charity and charity especially, as you talk on several or different organization dealing with charity and philanthropy. For sure, as I can understand from all the three speakers, the Wasathiyah characteristic of Islam in Indonesia is very peculiar. It's very specific or very unique compared to the others. Although it doesn't mean that the Indonesian or the Southeast Asian is the only area of Islamic countries which are tolerant, which are diverse, which are heterogeneous. So they're not only the only one, but in terms of the Wasathiyah itself, it's very specific. It's very unique. I know that there are some questions. I myself has question, but since I'm a moderator, to moderate between speakers and participants, so I have to do my duty first to, let's say, to read the question, and I will invite the speaker to respond after that. Okay, the first question from Kama Miratul Hasanah. I think it's she asked about the factor. I think this already mentioned by the speaker, but she still asked about the question that influence or that make Wasathiyah Islam found in Indonesia. She asked in Indonesia. Izin bertanya, konsep Wasathiyah sebenarnya nasnya sudah jelas di dalam Al-Quran seperti kitab suci, sebagai kitab suci umat Islam di seluruh dunia. Tapi agaknya Indonesia adalah contoh terbaik pelaksananya. Faktor apa sajakah yang mempengaruhi? So she argued that the Indonesia is the best example of the Wasathiyah. So she asked the factor that led or causing the Indonesian Wasathiyah, which is very special. This already discussed, but maybe later on the speaker will add more information. The second question, Muslim in Indo-Malay world are diverse and colorful. They are perceived to portray the softer image of Islam and attract much interest in the religion. However, they are also accused of being misguided and committing bid'ah. Where should we draw the line? Who get to decide what is acceptable for every nation or community and what is not acceptable? Yeah, okay, so let me continue first the next question. Moderate Islamic community is also led to new problem, which is shallowness of Islamic knowledge and application of Sharia. What kind of problem solving that you may offer? I don't know. Is it moderate Islam means shallowness? I don't think so. But let's Prof. Imtiaz and also Prof. Hefner. The next from anonymous attendant. I don't know why they put anonymous while this is an academic forum. So there is no need to anonymous. Want to ask whether zakat is included in sadaqah. So this may be question for and how to apply the attitude of at-tawasut, al-i'tidal, at-tawazun, and tasamuh. So this concept, I think, especially proposed by K. Ahmad Siddiq, as we learned from Professor Najib Burhani this afternoon, that Professor K. Ahmad Siddiq defined the Wasathiyah is very specific term, which consists of these four principles, but also have a connotation that it's not abangan, it's not let's say maybe reform or modernist, something like that. I see there is also one question in chat, which is addressed specifically for Professor Imtiaz Yusuf. As far as I know, there were many efforts to change Indonesian Muslim country majority to Islamic moderate. So there is a attempt to, let's say, to bring the issue of moderate Islam. But is there any effort for the country that Muslim is minority, such as Thailand? Let's say, given the many cases of violence carried out by the government, especially in southern Thailand, is there any special effort to Buddhism moderation? So I think basically this is asking about the similar, let's say, not really trend, but a program or the effort by Muslim scholars, by Muslim organization, including the government, to mainstream the moderate understanding of Islam, the Wasathiyah Islam. Is there any similar trend, similar effort among other religious followers in other countries, in other Southeast Asian? So yeah, there are several questions that can be addressed by the speakers, by the Professor Imtiaz first. I will give the chance for to Professor Imtiaz first to respond some question, and then later on after that Professor Hefner, and lastly Professor Amelia will answer the question. So we have time until 9 o'clock actually in Indonesia, and now it's already 8:49. So yeah, I hope that you can answer the question quite short, and then so we later on we come up with the closing statement. Professor Imtiaz,
okay,
please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll try to answer the questions about Thailand first. We have to agree this first thing, that Indonesia is the leading country in religious moderation in the ASEAN group of nations. While in Thailand, what we have seen is that the monarchy, the former king Rama IX and the present king are constitutionally the patron of all religions, and they have been very forthcoming in protecting the rights of the Muslims in that country, all over from southern Thailand to the northern Thailand. So there have been cases of radical monks coming in, rise in Thailand, and one of them was his name was Abhichak, and he was disrobed. He was asked to leave monkhood because he said that he would destroy every mosque. He would ask the Buddhists to destroy every mosque for the killing of a monk in southern Thailand. But we have to remember that the conflict in southern Thailand, in Myanmar, and in Sri Lanka between the Muslims and Buddhists is a case of religious nationalism. And this religious nationalism is a new disease, and it is being spread over in all the parts of Southeast Asia. So actually, theologically speaking, there is no theological justification for violence in Buddhism, because the Buddha emphasized on ahimsa. So what the Buddhists are doing are against the teaching of their own religion. And I would also say not only Buddhists as persons, but in Thailand, both the government And in southern Thailand, there is a council called the Southern Border Provinces Administration Council or something like that, which is engaged in promoting Muslim Buddhist dialogue in southern Thailand. There are many monks in Thailand who are moderate, and I know them personally. And the present Supreme Patriarch of Thailand he was educated in India and has good interaction with the Muslims. And so he is also the Sheikhul Islam of Thailand has visited him to pay his respects. So there have been mutual cooperation. And also one thing I would also mention, every year there is the Maulid al-Nabi, which is held officially in Thailand, which is officiated by the King of Thailand. So there is the main reason of the conflict in southern Thailand, as everyone knows, is the annexation of the province of Pattani, which is by Thailand because of the agreement with the Siam and the Anglo-Siam Treaty. So it has to be addressed. It is not a religious problem; it is an ethno-religious problem. I used to live in Pattani, and they would always say in Pattani Bahasa, which is Klete or Kletanese version of Bahasa, they would say that the Thais are Ore Sie or Orang Siam, and they themselves are Ore Nayu or Orang Melayu. So you can see that the language of the conflict itself is based in ethnicity. So, and furthermore, there is lack of knowledge about Islam among Buddhists and about Buddhism, about Islam among Buddhists and about Buddhism among Islam. So there is a lot of space. Muslims are very much engaged in Christian, Jewish, Muslim dialogue because of the issues in the Middle East, but I see there's lack of interest in engaging in Muslim Buddhist dialogue. One more comment before I answer to this question. The Dalai Lama himself has said that if the Buddha was alive today, he would have sided with the Rohingya. But the case in Myanmar is that, again, the supremacy of the Burman community. Okay, I want to answer the other question about Bid'ah and Sunnah. All fiqh started as geography. All fiqh is geographically based. So, for example, as Dr. Amelia was saying, that in the past and even now, when we give zakat al-fitr, we give it in the form of rice. So, fiqh is always local, and fiqh is so Sharia, when it's interpreted, is always local. So, when we're talking about bid'ah and sunnah and bid'ah, we have to keep this aspect in context. So, I would prefer to go to an alim who is a ulama, who are local for their understanding of the application of fiqh and distinguishing between bid'ah or non-bid'ah. Then to scholars who are educated in the Middle East, for 10, 12 years, and they come back and they don't have understanding of the local context. What they do is that they dislocate the local culture. So that is a problem which is happening, that we are following mostly what is the Arabization, or which is what the things which are coming from the Middle East, without asking the questions whether they are compatible with our situation, our condition or not. So these are my two answers to the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Imtiaz Yusuf. Now it's turn for Professor Hefner to respond some comment from the participant.
Thank you very much. I'll limit myself to providing some comments on two of the questions. The first of those two was what factors contributed to the emergence of and rooting of Islam Wasathiyah, practice of Islam in Southeast Asia. I think all three of us actually, beginning with Pak Imtiaz and concluding with Ibu Amelia's really excellent paper, all of us have addressed that issue and pointed out that it's complex, because we're dealing not just with scriptural traditions, textual traditions, we're dealing with the realization and implementation of social institutions in society. Ibu Amelia emphasized the importance of charities, and I think she's absolutely right. And Indonesia is remarkable, as her statistics illustrated so well, remarkable for its implementation of zakat and the way in which that contributes to a kind of culture of what I've called, and what she called as well, a maslaha, expansion of the understanding and implementation of a maslaha, understanding of the public good. The other factors, and just to conclude on this first question, the other factors that I emphasized that are distinctive to, and I think explain the emergence and deep roots of Islam Wasathiyah in Indonesia, had to do, first of all, with traditions of Islamic education and the imbrication between education in the Islamic sciences on one hand, and on the other, Islamic education in the sciences of the world, an issue that has been at the heart of Islamic culture and civilization, not just in modern times, although scholars like Tariq Ramadan have appealed to kind of a revival of that tradition. But we know, if we go back to the work of Dimitri Guterres and the studies of the remarkable cultural, scientific, and jurisprudential and philosophical renaissance that the Muslim world experienced from the 10th century Common Era to the 15th century, we know that there was a similar kind of imbrication of the sciences of revelation with the sciences of the world. And that's what Indonesia, that's that plus associational life, the richness of these huge voluntary social welfare organizations. And the third variable I emphasized was the commitment to a multi-religious and multi-ethnic nationalism that really is a trademark of Muslim ethics and politics in Indonesia. These are the three variables that I think help us to explain not just Islam Wasathiyah, but the depth and concrete realization, that along with the variables that, as I said, Pa Imtiaz and Bu Amelia emphasized. Last but not least, the other question that I'll comment more briefly on has to do with the characterization of Islamic knowledge and learning in Indonesia as shallow. I don't understand that question. I think first of all, just be very blunt, I have studied Islamic education in many countries around the world. I think Indonesia, with a couple of other countries, Turkey and Iran in particular, and Egypt, but Indonesia has one of, if not the best, Islamic higher educational system in the world, beginning with the UIN IAIN system, but also continuing with the network of 167 Muhammadiyah colleges, as well as so Islamic education, the quality of Islamic education in Indonesia is remarkable. And again, it has achieved that kind of fusion of the sciences of the world with the sciences of revelation that Tariq Ramadan, and for that matter, Muhammad al-Ghazali, emphasized is key to a proper profession of Islam. So I don't see shallowness. And I think the question, but I'll end here, I think the question itself may reflect a certain shallowness. And it's a shallowness that has to do with the understanding of Islam. If we go to the wonderful book written by Shahab Ahmed, the former Harvard scholar from South Asia who passed away some years ago, very young, What is Islam? The Importance of Being Islamic. He points out that in the course of the 19th and 20th century, this once capacious, very learned, civilizational tradition of Islamic learning that was widespread across broad expanses of the Muslim world, it was challenged by the West and Western imperialism. And as a defensive reaction to Western imperialism, some Muslims focused on just one portion, an important portion, but just one portion of that broad corpus of learning, so that a legalistic understanding of Islam came to represent the whole of Islam. The wholeness, the breadth and breadth of Islamic learning includes, of course, fiqh and jurisprudence, but it also includes a much, much farther ranging body of knowledge that makes Islamic civilization, certainly for broad periods of the middle period, the greatest, the most learned of all civilizations in the world. And what's happened in Indonesia is a recovery and expansion of that tradition. Thank you. Not shallowness.
Thank you, Prof. Bob. That's very important notion. It's not about the understanding of Muslim Indonesia which are shallow, but the question itself shows the shallowness. Okay, last session is for Professor Amelia, please.
Yeah, thank you. It is great that the difficult question has been answered by Professor Imtiaz and Professor Hefner. I just shortly will explain about zakat is included in sedekah. I think that in the first innama sadaqah lil fuqara, etc., it means most of the jumhur ulama stated that sadaqah here refers to zakat, and mostly in fiqh they said that sadaqah, there are two types sadaqah of the voluntary one, sadaqah, and then sadaqah which is obligatory one, which is zakat. So that's the answer shortly. And actually some of the ulama said that the ayat innama sadaqatu, etc., is doesn't really say anything about zakat, is only for Muslim. And then tawasut, moderate, tidal, tawazun, tasamu. I think there are many examples for that. For example, in Islamic charity, I've seen many examples of it. For example, like tawasut or moderate, jalan tengah. So many Islamic charity organizations never try to really oppose, for example, the government, but they try to negotiate, including the way they negotiate. I think is a very good way. So they try to always have be in the middle path, middle way. There are left and right, so they try to be in the middle. And then, of course, ideal is like trying to do justice. This is very strong, and it is important value within Islamic charity organization. They said that zakat or charity is for establishing justice, and they try to be persistent with they believe it is something good. Doing, for example, providing help for certain group, for example, if they think this is for justice, persistent, they will do it. And the tawazun is a balance. Of course, balance is seimbang, right? For harmony. So mostly the program of Islamic charity, they try to do a balance. To give, for example, if there are certain group, like for example, during the pandemic situation, NU and Muhammadiyah organization, they do the spray the disinfectant not only to mosque but also to the church. This is a balance. And also tasamu or tolerance, I think this is important, that people or Muslim, they know, for example, there are different opinion. For example, some Muslims do not believe in the zakat of corporation, but some said, okay, we don't agree, they don't believe in it, but it's okay. So this is a kind of tolerance. These things, well, within Muslim, within fiqh, there are so many khilafiyah issues, right? So tolerance of tasamu is very important, not to conflict with the small issues thing among each other. So this is only example what has been asked by anonymous attendee and also by Papa. That's all, my short question.
Thank you, Bu Amel. Thank you, Bu Amel. It's now already 9:05, and I will not draw conclusion because there is no conclusion in this session. But I learned from the all speakers that despite the Wasathiyah is the substance of Islam, and it has met, it has absorbed by people from many different countries, but let's say the implementation, the the Wasathiyah that implemented in Indonesia is very unique, very peculiar, very has a different characteristic from other Muslim countries, and of course there's many factors that led to such characteristic of Wasathiyah Islam in Indonesia or in Southeast Asia. One among the most important thing, of course, the local culture and also the school, the social organization like NU and Muhammadiyah, they are a contributing factor for the uniqueness of Wasathiyah Islam in Indonesia. And it seemed that all agreed to the challenge of this Wasathiyah at this time. So the scholar remind us to, to revive the Wasathiyah and also to strengthen the Wasathiyah nature, the Wasathiyah characteristic of Islam, especially in Indonesia. I think that's, of course, all of you may have a different understanding of the scholars of the three presentation, but we really appreciate all the professor who have shared their ideas with us in regard to the the encounter between Islam, Wasathiyah Islam, and local cultures. Thank you for all, Professor. We should give applause to all of them, although not all can join the applause. Thank you very much for Prof. Imtiaz Yusuf, to Professor Hefner, and also Professor Amelia Fauzia. And I apologize for, for my mistake, maybe for inconvenience, for my shortage in language and etc. I conclude with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and I return this session to the host, Sururah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saiful Umam, PhD, that already led the second session with the theme recommendation for Islamic Wasathiyah and local culture meetings. And I also would like to thank you for all the speakers, Professor Dr. Imtiaz Yusuf, Professor Dr. Robert, and Professor Amelia Fauzia, and also for the first session, Professor Dr. Peter, Professor Dr. Ahmad Najib, and Professor Nina Nurmila, PhD. For the next schedule, tomorrow we have the third session and the fourth session. That is for the third session, that will be the establishment of the Southeast Asian Islamic Wasathiyah tradition, that will be presented by Mr. Luqman Hakim Saifuddin as a former Minister of Religious Affairs, Dr. Greg Sutomo from Philippines, and Professor Dr. Siti Ruhaidi from State Islamic University of Yogyakarta, and will be moderated by Professor Dr. Oman Fatur Rahman. And for the fourth session for tomorrow, that is radicalism and terrorism as challenges of Islamic Wasathiyah, that will be presented by Professor Alimun Hanif, PhD from Islamic University of Syarif, Jakarta, Professor Nuhaidi Hasan, PhD from Indonesia International Islamic University, and Professor Eka Sri Mulyani, PhD from State Islamic University of Banda Aceh, and will be led by Mr. Zainal Mutakin, SGD. And also will be closed by Professor Dr. Jamhari. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speaker, we are about to end this session. We do apologize for our mistake, and don't forget to come to join us again tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Indonesian time, or GMT 7. So you can continue to have any kind of information regarding the international conference. Thank you very much for your time for today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bob.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you.